Requesting everyone who's finished their lunch to please come and take your seats. Also, requesting speakers to please come to the front and also take your seats. Thank you. Requesting everyone who has finished their lunch to please come to the front and take your seats. Also, all speakers are invited to come to the front and please take your seats. We shall be starting in 10 minutes. Once again, requesting everyone to please take your seats at the front. Everyone who's finished with your lunch, kindly come to the front and take your seats. Also, inviting all speakers to come to the front and take your seats, please.
Hi everyone, we're starting in sharp 5. I hope you can wrap up your lunch. Till then, grab your cup of coffee and join us. Good afternoon, everyone. We're officially starting now. Please fill in the seats in the front while they last. I'd love to see all of your faces. I hope you got the chance to grab lunch. And I think we can serve you guys coffee, etc. later. So why don't you come join us? I'm going to officially start, okay? So partners, speakers, all you data and AI marketers out there, and my dear media friends, welcome to the third edition of Data Unplugged by MMA Global India, a melting pot for leading tech marketers to converge to share their AI-powered data-driven marketing hacks. I'm Tanya Sehgal, MMA India's in-house content and PR lead, who doubles up as a host sometimes. Most of you would know. So, how are we feeling today? A show of hands for those who are here as it seems to be OOO, out of office. Awesome, that's the spirit. Jazz hands, come on, Friday. Kickstarting Friday. Give me jazz hands. Awesome. Great. That's what I like to see. Okay, so let's get this show on the road by thanking our esteemed partners for helping us put this grand event together. The third edition of Data Unplugged India is co-powered by Google and WebEngage. Big thanks to our media partners AdGully and Media News Q, marketing partners Media, support partners Walk and Punctuate, event partner Tantra, and community partners Social Media. Can I please request our partner AVs to be played? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers ahead who will be taking you through the various aspects of AI powered data driven marketing today. So brace yourselves. I'm happy to announce that all those who could not make it today will be joining us virtually and celebrating with us the last event of the year through our social media channels. So, in case you aren't following us already, please do so by scanning the QR code on the screen. There we go. This is an all-in-one QR code. It'll take you to multiple links. So share your pictures, videos, experiences, stories, favorite moments, even bloopers on social media using our official event hashtag, Data Unplugged India. Your feedback helps us put these initiatives together and make them richer and finer each year. So please scan the same QR code on the screen to tell us what you liked or what could have been better. Now, buckle up because Data Unplugged is ready to take you on an unforgettable ride. Let's start on a high note with some context setting with a twist as a prelude to our theme. From our incredible boss woman, Monica Khurana, country head and board member, MMA Global India, and the driving force behind all that you see culminated here today.
Thank you, Tanya. Guys, give me a minute till I settle. So, everyone who's eating lunch, please keep eating as long as you can pay attention to what's going on stage. I hope you guys have settled in, enjoyed your lunch. For those who came in on time, we do like to start on time so we can run the agenda smoothly and let you go on time. Like Tanya said, it's a Friday, so let's not hold you back unnecessarily. Okay, so I am very, very excited to announce today's theme, and that is your time to unbox infused AI infused data marketing. So, are you ready for that? Yes, it's a Friday afternoon. We can have a little more energy. So, whilst you guys have settled down, you do know this is the final event of the year. And this gathering, just pay good attention to what I'm going to say. So, this gathering here is a reminder to all of us that the one who graduates today and stops learning tomorrow is uneducated day after. And that's what AI is reminding us. AI has ensured that we are all back in school to pursue our learner journey and remain students for life. Would you agree? Would you agree? And that shows from the very fact that we have such a fantastic turnout and there are a lot more who are going to join us through the afternoon. So, Data Unplugged, as you know, it's our third edition. It's getting bigger and better each year with all the energy, investment, and advances we at MMA are making with your collaboration at local, regional, and global levels. And there is significant participation from our members, our partners, and of course the MMA board. Data has been an integral topic for MMA through the year. May it be in the debut edition of the Impact we held in Delhi or the launch of Smarties Unplugged in Bombay. So we look forward to a richer 2024 with all the insights and learnings we take back from you today and set the tone for the year, which is all going to be about AI, powering AI in various ways and data being one key area. So the stage is all set to unbox AI powered data marketing. But before we start, let me do a quick check here. Do you guys really think AI is impacting data marketing for us? Do you think so? Show of hands if you agree. Is AI impacting data marketing for us? Not bad. And for those who didn't raise their hands, here's how we'll help you validate. So, what we did, we asked exactly the same question to the most popular AI engines. And I'm going to tell you snippets of what it told us. We asked the AI engine the same question. Do you think AI is impacting data driven marketing? And this is what came up from it. It was quite a riot, and it sort of seemed like it validated for us what we want to do today. So, ChatGPT, the key takeaway from the prompt was AI revolutionizes marketing through precise data, elevating targeting, personalization, and ROI. I'm just summing it up for you. You don't have to read the long prompt. What did WordTune say? WordTune said AI transforms marketing and has precise analysis, real-time campaigns, and optimized automation. We went to more of them. The next one was Quillbot. What did Quillbot say? Well, it said AI revolutionizes marketing, analytics modeling, personalized campaigns, and chatbot driven experiences. Next came Hive Mind. And Hive Mind had to say AI transforms marketing, data analysis, predictive insights, enhanced personalization, and real time decisions. Of course, there was a lot of commonality in the keywords each of them threw out. And Bard then just summed it up. It said AI elevates data driven marketing through insights, personalization, real time decisions, and optimized campaign management. So that was in a nutshell what all five threw up. So for those who didn't raise their hands earlier, you may want to reconsider that even the most intelligent engines do agree with us. So having said that, the data journey led by the MMA and the board and the council has been a disruptive one, whilst it is truly inspired by the MMA Global think tank. The MMA Global India has localized several initiatives from the MMA Global Data think tank, which we have been running for now at least the last 4 years. So at MMA Global India, we have added very recently, which was also announced, the AI advisory as a part of the Data Council. During the year, we also launched Winning with Data Handbook, which had some real use cases and POCs from the industry and our members. We also added the data insights category at the Smarties, which was also very well received. And of course, the always on focus on data privacy to drive responsible data marketing at scale. So that's a fair bit of ground we've covered in data already. And then it's no surprise that we'd like to end the year with taking the lead to power AI-driven data marketing. So welcome to the era where it has become increasingly important to evangelize and adopt AI integrally in all your data marketing campaigns. What we intend to touch upon today is, as it shows on the screen, a couple of areas which were very, very, very thoughtfully curated. They being the impact and challenges on the use of AI in data and digital marketing, which is natural, it's a new space, and we have our AI advisory helping us decode that for us. Then we, as our board member and partner, we have Google, who's going to help us really understand the present and future of AI-powered businesses. And followed by our member partner WebEngage, who will, as an expert, will help us learn more about how customer retention is being redefined with AI and data. And trust me, customer retention is extremely important, and it's where we should really be paying a lot of attention. And we're very happy to be championing that. We will move on with, of course, learning more about the unsolved puzzle on measurement, where we'll again have Google help us understand how AI is going to play a key part. And of course, whilst we do all of this, it's so important to bring in a practitioner's view on how do our partners, how do the agencies need to evolve, need to remodel to be able to leverage the AI advantage. So with the gamut of sessions like these kind, I'm sure you will go out of the room feeling more learned, and therefore, what better day than today to be able to also unveil the findings of our State of AI study amongst all of you, which for some of you have also participated in that study, and we're very happy to share that we have 100 plus marketers who have been a part of the study, and we'll be unveiling it firsthand with all of you today. On that note, sit tight as we take good care of you through the day to ensure that you have all the energy to be able to focus, pay attention to all these fantastic sessions that are coming your way. Also, I do want to make an important announcement that the first session we do is actually a special kickoff session, which is powered by the MMA Global India AI Advisory, which we've recently announced to all of you through media. And this advisory is formed to keep our members and the industry at the forefront of everything AI in marketing, and it represents the complete ecosystem of marketing. Of course, it is forming with and encouraging more and more of you to come forward and be a part of it, but we do have the preliminary group in place. So I'd like to first give them a big round of applause for being a part of this journey and joining hands with us. So they are amongst us, and you will see them on stage very soon as well. So moving on, today is actually a very, very interesting and special day. It is our last event. We want to leave on a high note. We're also going to make sure we do the soft launch of our upcoming podcast series in 2024, which is an attempt to turn you into a woke marketer. It's time we become woke marketers, don't we? So I'm sure you're going to overall take back several actionable insights, which can further extend also in the evening as we meet all of you over cocktails, and our speakers will also be a part of the networking, so we can extend our conversation there too. So make sure you don't go. It's a Friday. Christmas has just kicked in, with today being 1st of December, so I'm sure we are in a relaxed space to make the most of this afternoon. So before we open the day, a big thank you to all our partners, our speakers, our media friends, all of you attendees who are joining us physically and those who are joining us virtually. I'm looking forward to meet all of you in person through the day. So let's dive straight into the infinite possibilities that the future of data and AI holds. A future that allows us to do nothing. Did I just say that? A future that allows us to do nothing? What was all that about? You want to know? Let me play you a quick video to find out. This is a future that we have to do nothing.
Looking to upskill for the future?
This new AI can perform all coding jobs in seconds, including blockchain development. While this AI is already outperforming accounting firms. Meanwhile, the new graphic design AI aims to automate graphic design and could minimize.
Relax. Because in the future where AI does most of the work, there'll be one thing that humans will finally get to do all day long. Nothing. So it's time to learn the most essential skill of the future. 5-Star presents Nothing University with the first ever diploma program doing nothing. An intensive course covering the most future-ready skills out there. Let me check with the AI back in a few days. With our state-of-the-art workshops, campus placements, and guest lectures, the world can finally prepare for the glorious future that awaits us. In 5-Star, do nothing. Enroll now.
So who wants to enroll? Raise hands. Who wants to enroll? I'm doing a plug for our member Mondelez. No, that was on a lighter note. Whilst we can give you preferential treatment because Mondelez is a member, so if you do want to enroll, let us know. So on that note, let me hand it back to Tanya and let's get the ball rolling.
That was our marketing superstar, as all of you know. Thank you, Monica, for setting the stage with some live examples of how AI powers data-driven marketing. I'm sure that the interesting opening address has stirred some debates amongst our audience. So let me take this chance to quickly launch 2 polls that we have created, which come from the survey that we conducted, the final report of which you will see the launch of later today. So can we fire our first question, please? Okay, just scan the QR code. And let's take your responses because that can act as a cue for our next panel to address. We look at the results right here, right now. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to scan. I can't see everyone's phones out. Come on. The left side is clearly winning. I mean, my left. The right side's not doing any scanning business. Nothing's coming? Done? Okay. Yes. So that's the code you're supposed to put once you go on slido.com. Come on, it's like a rapid fire. The first thing that comes to your mind. We're closing it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shut it. Can we see the results? Truth bomb, medium. Okay, that's a very average answer, I must say. Cool, so we'll try to address that with our next panel. I hope everyone's cast their votes and sit tight. And let's dive right into our next session on the impact and challenges of the use of AI on digital marketing ROI. Please join me in welcoming Deepak Oram, Head Marketing Automation, HDFC Bank, Madhubanti Banerjee, AVP Analytics, Geo Platforms Limited, Mahesh Narayanan, Chief Marketing Growth Officer, Netcore Cloud, and our moderator for the session, Rajiv Dhingra, Founder and CEO, Rebid. This panel will explore the transformative effects and hurdles of integrating artificial intelligence into digital marketing strategies, focusing on how AI influences return on investment. Over to you, Rajiv. Handheld? Can we have a handheld mic backstage? Thank you.
Hi everyone, am I audible back there? Yeah, okay, great. No? Am I audible now? Okay, great. Okay. Good afternoon everyone. Firstly, thanks to MMA and the people here are also part of the MMA Council, and this panel belongs to that. The MMA Council on AI Advisory for Marketers and Marketing. So we have a big responsibility to make sense when it comes to AI. I think just to set context here, AI has been around for some time, but it has only become mainstream, I would say, last year around the same time with ChatGPT. So it's been a year where everybody can now use and benefit from AI. Prior to that, I think marketers have dabbled with AI as well. And today we have a great panel here. We have people from Geo Platforms who have probably a ton of data, right? We have HDFC, we have banks which have a lot of commerce and transaction data. And the reason I'm talking about data, because without data, AI is nothing, right? So that's the one thing everybody should know. And of course, we have Mahesh here who represents Netcore, who's on the platform side, who also has a lot of data from different customers, right? So let's get this show on the road, Let me get your view of AI first. Are you an optimist, a pessimist, and a realist? Let's go in these three and explain why, right? As you look forward, are you an optimist, pessimist, or realist, and explain why, and in the context of marketing, because that's what we are, right? And then we'll dive deeper into the digital marketing ROI piece. Go ahead.
So you have to choose from those three, right?
Optimist, realist, or pessimist?
Realist. I'm always a realist.
And why? Tell us, explain.
So firstly, I think we need to little bit understand AI. I think it's a bit of a buzzword still. So AI actually has been around for much longer than we perceive it to be around. Yeah. I am from analytics. I've always done analytics. Now, AI has been in analytics for a very long time, not maybe called AI, but yes.
Why do you call it a buzzword? Give us one reason why you say it's a buzzword today.
Because I think there is a little bit of lack of understanding as to what AI really does. Is AI going to take away our jobs? Those kind of discussions are happening. So which means that, you really need to unpack what AI really is.
So the end of the world Terminator type of AI is not there currently.
Yeah,
for people to be afraid of.
Correct. We don't even have a Jarvis. So
there's no Jarvis as well. No Iron Man is flying with it.
Yeah,
perfect.
Correct.
Okay, so that's why the buzzword.
Yeah, so we are a little while away from all of that.
Yeah.
And yeah, so realist because I think there's a lot of potential, what AI can really do. We've barely scratched the surface. But also with that, there will, we'll need to discuss regulations, etc., everything. We can't say that we know what the future really holds, what the distant future holds. Near future, like I said, a lot will happen, but not like you wake up and tomorrow everything has suddenly changed and you're in the
We'll deep
in
dive on the
MCU.
on the potential, as you said, and just for the audience, she represents analytics for geo platforms. They have everybody's data in this room, right?
You'll get
You
me
have a
arrested.
geo phone and you watched cricket on Geo Cinema and you did all of that and you went to a geo, a store. Clearly,
Yeah.
they have a button somewhere, but we'll come to that.
Thank you. It was nice having me here. I'm saying that for
No,
myself.
jokes apart, we'll find out if there is a, like a geo AI in the works as well. But Deepak, to you, pessimist, optimist, realist, what are you?
I'm an optimist,
Okay,
for sure.
that's great. So we have one realist, one optimist. Yeah.
I'm an optimist because of a very pessimistic approach or outlook I've had for the longest time, which is that marketeers don't look at data very well. We don't. Human beings are lazy, right? So that I've always had a problem saying we have so much data, we don't leverage it well enough, right? So that's why I'm an optimist saying, because AI makes it easy to parse through humongous amounts of data with nothing but simple plain English and future in Hindi, Marathi, whatever.
So you are basically
That is why I'm an
saying,
optimist.
yeah, you are saying that AI is going to democratize access to intelligence that platforms or earlier data platforms which used to provide dashboards will, so hence marketing intelligence will be more accessible by everybody in the organization.
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to give you an opening and then hand it over to you, which is marketers are lazy because if there's a platform, typically you guys, both of you all make platforms, but marketers leverage it less because you have to go to a drop down, hit a tab, then select a range, and then say segment, and then say target, then say creative.
Yeah.
They're lazy. Marketers are lazy, okay? And platform guys have it in their hands now to get their platforms used better because now you just have to type.
Yeah.
Make this campaign for me, please.
Yeah. And anybody can do
Right?
it.
And anyone can do it.
Yeah.
Anyone with a revenue mindset, not anyone can mujhe campaign chalana. No, that will not work.
But anyone with who's that, business functional knowledge can ask those intelligent questions.
Yeah, someone who has the fire in the belly but does not have the experience. Someone can be straight out of college and say, I want to grow my business.
Maybe just not the time enough, right?
Or maybe not, yeah, exactly. Maybe there's not enough time.
Yeah.
So someone with the passion but not the skill on the toolkits that today modern marketers deal with will still be able to leverage and drive value for the organization. That's why I'm an optimist.
Mahesh,
I'm
optimist.
a perennial optimist about
Okay.
new tech.
So two optimists, one realist, no pessimist. We'll come to the audience and just see a show of hands if we can find some devil's advocate. But yeah, go ahead.
Look, I think this is a transformative moment in humanity, right? I mean, there was mobility, there was cloud, there was computing, mobility, cloud, and then this is now AI, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's a moment in time where a lot of things shift and change. And for us, from a marketing perspective and a marketer's perspective as well, a lot of things are changing. I think a lot of us have we've not even kind of realized the full potential of the possibilities that exist today. What we're talking about today is plain Jane, content creation, enabling creation of content at a faster pace. And then the next steps will be to be able to kind of analyze data at a faster pace, which means effectively driving efficiency and productivity in marketing.
Yeah.
I think the next layer in terms of how, and one of the things I think about a lot is for a brand, the whole user interface, the user experience will now have to be rethought, keeping in mind this context today. It's kind of how, if you look at mobility, right? When mobility came in, a lot of mobility first businesses happened, whether it's Airbnb, Uber, all of them, right? We'll have to think about how does this change the paradigm for brands and the way they interact with consumers and the kind of experiences that they build with consumers. So if you were to expand the realm of hey, how does this change things for a marketer or for a brand? And go beyond what we do today, which is enabling content, faster creation of content, and also analytics, and hopefully finding those nooks which otherwise was being missed by humans. There is a lot more, and I think a lot of us are discovering stuff every day, right? I think imagine being able to create a video on the fly.
Yep.
And combine
Already
that
happening.
with this whole trend of short form videos.
Yeah.
How does a brand start using this to kind of marry that trend of short form video consumption? There are the opportunities are aplenty, and I think marketers have to kind of harness this power today.
Totally agree. Quick show of hands. How many optimists in the room for AI in the audience? Yeah. Okay, that's a lot of optimists. How many realists who think that, yeah, it's great, but this, but that? Okay. And anybody who's a pessimist, like, this is a fad, it's not going anywhere. Yeah. Or, yeah, that's a different kind of, that's like the end of the world pessimist. We are talking about pessimist who's saying, this is not going to be as good as you think it will be. It's going to be very basic for a
Don't
very
raise
long
their hands.
time.
They think they'll be thrown out of the conference.
Okay, so no pessimist here. So that's fine. Okay, coming back to our topic, right? How AI impacts digital marketing ROI. Now, digital marketing ROI has a lot of components, as everybody would know here as well. Marketers know that it's not just about the creative. It's not just about the message. It's not just about the media. It's not just about the personalization. It's also who you are targeting, so the targeting group, right? And there's just so much there, right? ROI doesn't happen in digital marketing just because you bid the lowest. So how can AI help? Let's delve into this. What are the capabilities? And we'll start with the person who represents analytics in the room. What are the areas where AI will be most proficient today and may not be most proficient today for impacting digital marketing ROI? And why do you feel that way? What has your experience been at Geo as well? You can share that as well with us.
So look, digital marketing ROI is something that is, okay, so first we're talking about application of AI in digital marketing. Understanding the ROI of that comes much later, okay? I mean, obviously you do want to understand, measure ROI for it, but that comes much later. I honestly think we are a little far away from that yet. We've not really measured ROI in the true sense of the term. Again, ROI measurement can be in various aspects. So you can, what are you really talking about when you say ROI? Did it drive my sales? Ultimately, that is the only ROI I understand. True. But again, of course, there are various other mid-funnel metrics that you're talking about, right? Now, are we really measuring that and saying that this happened because I used AI in my marketing? I don't think we are measuring that yet. Right?
But are people using AI in their marketing in some form or the other, and which aspects are they using?
Correct. So say, for instance, let's pick up any ad that has used AI in content creation. So say that the Pepsi ad, Salman Khan, right? Salman Khan going back and talking to his Hum Aapke Hai Kaun avatar and all of that. So now if that has, I don't know if ROI has been measured. I'm sure Pepsi has measured ROI, but can you say it happened because they created an avatar of Salman Khan? Because that requires, again, sorry, I'm going to get into a little bit of statistics, but that involves very different level of analysis.
Totally agree. But
right?
with the amount of data that Geo Platforms has, are you using AI in a manner that is moving the ROI needle for you?
So that now coming to the other part, which is, so the hypothesis is yes, it will, because we know that if you're targeting better and also again not over targeting etc., but targeting better, then you are going to you're talking to the right people. And how are we getting to that? And you keep saying how much data that I have, but yes, the amount of data that is there at the disposal, what you're essentially doing is you're creating better cohorts, right? How are you doing
Segments,
that?
cohorts,
Correct. How are
correlations between customers and
yeah,
what they
you're
will buy,
finding
what
those
they will not.
patterns, etc. That is exactly what AI does. Looks at vast amounts of data. I mean, that is what narrow AI is really doing. Looking at vast amounts of data, saying that okay, this is you will be put in this cohort, and you will be put in a different cohort, and this ad.
So
was-
how ready is this today, given that you sit on a lot of data? Are you able to do that even for a small correlation today and apply it and get 20 segments created that will be probably more effective than a human actually creating those 20 segments?
Correct. See, we are already there, right? Like earlier, how were you targeting? You were targeting just on, demographics. So
Right.
we've already come from demographics to, your interest groups. So, demographics, cross interest groups, cross, location, etc. I mean, various things are already happening, right?
So multi-attribute segmentation through AI is happening at Geo platforms.
Yes, the potential is there. Now, again, the use of it, etc.
You're still not saying it's happening. You're still saying potential.
Yes, yes. I'm a realist. I started with that.
Okay, great.
So there is a lot more that can happen, but like I said, it is also how you're using it. There is also, I mean, it can go on and on, but how much narrow targeting do you really want to do?
Perfect. So Madhu, what you're saying and what I hear you saying is that automated segmentation through multi-attributes that helps you micro-segment and get best ROI from customers knowing what they will buy and what they won't could be a huge value from AI on digital marketing ROI.
Absolutely.
Perfect. So that's one point. Deepak, adding to that, where is the potential of AI in uplifting digital marketing ROI?
So I think ROI, let me connect it back. So ROI, and Madhu rightly said, it's sales.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, for organization, it's sales. It's not a higher CTR or whatever, right? Now, ROI comes when you have data and you use data, but sometimes data insights to data reflexes is a chasm you don't cross. Data insight is there. I have micro segments, but you can't do micro targeting and micro creatives. I'll give you a simplest example. 3 years ago, right? We ran a simple targeting that said, this lady for HDFC Bank has a lot of money sitting in the account. Can you sell them investments? Mutual fund, fixed deposit, good old fixed deposit. The problem with the banking industry was same. Data is there, insight is there, reflexes are not there.
Yeah.
So everyone is running simple, plain, generic creative saying, if it's debit card and credit card offers and shopping, put a female.
Yeah.
If it's investments, put a male. So what we did was took the segment and said, boss, dekho, this is a lady, because in the KYC we know it's a lady, and show them investments with a female creative. And the CTR was actually 3x.
Wow.
Because the audience is not used to seeing investments with a woman creative at all.
Yeah.
So realize, because most people can't do it. So anyway, coming back to how it is made easier now, because today we can generate a South Indian woman for South and with investments.
At peanuts cost.
At peanuts cost, boss, and at scale, thousands. 25 states into geography and 13 product categories, you can do it today. So data insights is there, data reflexes comes when creative automation can happen, which today is very much possible.
So what I hear you say is AI-led creative personalization will have a huge impact on digital marketing.
This is what is possible today, is what,
For sure.
what I'm able to do today,
Yes.
right?
Agreed.
Of course, auto segmentation, auto targeting will come, but I don't think we are there yet.
Okay.
That's from a realist point of view, that has some time to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mahesh, are we there yet? And you can add value to what they said. If you contradict, you think it's already there. I could also actually, but I'll let Mahesh talk first. And the second is, according to you, what are the other pieces which is not yet mentioned where it will impact digital marketing ROI, AI will impact either today or 6 to 12 months from now?
No, so every marketer's holy grail is to be able to create segments of one. We've spoken about it, I think, as marketers for years. I'm not saying we're there, but this takes it more to the right. I want to take it, riff off what Deepak just mentioned, and it's a great segue into what I wanted to talk about. In fact, one of the things that we've been building is exactly what he spoke about the second part, the reflex part of it.
Yeah.
We're trying to marry three levels of intelligence. There is the customer intelligence, there is catalog intelligence, and there is channel intelligence. Let me explain that a little bit. And intermesh that with AI to be able to kind of drive more targeted communication. So customer intelligence, he spoke about gender, demographics, balance in the account. It could be commerce shopping patterns. It could be, the product SKUs which are preferred, all of that. So customer intelligence, catalog intelligence, and then the preferred channel of interaction. The brand users don't think channels, but marketers think about channels. Hey, is this consumer interacting more on WhatsApp? Is this consumer interacting more on email?
Yeah.
Is this consumer interacting with us as a brand touchpoint on app notifications, for example? We're trying to intermesh all of them, all three of them, the three C's, which is customer, catalog, and channel intelligence, intermesh that with AI and enabling brands to be able to create communication which is more targeted.
Sure.
So it's layered on top with previous intelligence and campaign performance data. So I know that X person has interacted on email in the past or on WhatsApp in the past. And
so paint a picture for me so that, the audience also understands. So you're saying today you can go on a system, and say, I want to target customers who will buy black sport shoes. Can that be done by AI?
Let me layer on top of it. Let's just say this consumer is Rajiv.
Yeah.
Rajiv has shown interest in black sport shoes.
Correct.
In the past, he's bought, his shoe buying pattern shows that he buys a new pair of sneakers. He's a sneakerhead. He buys a new pair of sneakers every 6 months. His average order value is in the range of 12 to 18,000 rupees. These are his 7 or 8 preferred brands which he's researched in the past. This is the preferred time of day at which he
the
shops.
Intelligence you can give on an individual.
We're not giving this intelligence. It's intelligence that's getting intermeshed on the basis of past behavior depicted, and then also channel intelligence, right? So, for example, you interacted with a notification that was sent to you about a specific shoe, which was black shoes from Nike. There was a WhatsApp message to you from Adidas, which is also another black shoe.
And then the AI on top of that could say, this is the best time to send, this is the best
channel to send, this is the best communication to send.
Okay.
Intermesh all of that together and hopefully, cross that chasm that he was speaking about. That's what we're trying to kind of, so intermeshing OpenAI with a lot of customer intelligence and catalog intelligence and channel intelligence that we can kind of mesh together.
Makes sense. In fact, just taking off from there, I'll share some of my experience as well. What Mahesh spoke about is bringing in different data silos and intelligences together and feeding it to AI for it being able to, make sense out of, draw connections. I do believe what's possible today on the media side of this, where, you are running 500 ad campaigns, let's say 30 email campaigns, 40 SMS campaigns. Today, AI off the bat can tell you what is working, what is not working, right? What it probably will struggle with a little bit is why it is not working. That requires deeper level of data, right? And a slightly more human intelligence to be fed, saying this creative is not working because you have male in this creative and female in this creative. Exactly what you said, right? That level of, at least I have not seen. Why it is not working, I have not seen to an accuracy level, which is what is not working. What is not working can be 100% accurate today from AI. So if you had currently live, you were a global marketer with 5,000 campaigns globally, and we built this at Rebit, which is why I can say that confidently. 5,000 campaigns across the world, and you wanted to just ask, which is my best performing campaign, which are the 10 campaigns that's not working. You can know that instantly with 0 error through AI. But why it is not working is where you need to work a little bit harder, because that has, the answer to that is a combination of 10 different attributes, right? It could be creative, personalization, landing page, communication, time of communication. There are now 20 attributes that needs to be checked before somebody can confidently say why this is not working, right?
Which is why I think the new announcement that OpenAI just made with the chat GPT, the GPTs that you can create, if marketers can start training OpenAI on their own data and the kind of data points and the kind of reasons that they need to look for, that is the next chasm we can start crossing as well.
Agreed. Before we, because we have very little time, I want to look, if can we extend for 5 minutes, given that we started late. So on that data piece, marketers sharing their data, it's a big thing, right? So let's talk to, two people here on the panel, especially bringing you in, Deepak. How much do you think that the use of AI for digital marketing ROI is going to be limited by the regulation and data sharing issues that marketers have in general, when it comes to giving it for any kind of AI intelligence?
I think, look, running AI is not limited to going to OpenAI or ChatGPT, right?
Correct.
First thing I did is I installed what they called, GPT for your laptop. You can install on your laptop also. It ran fantastically well, right?
Yeah.
The old web developers like me were like, okay, we could build a website and run on our own machine. Wow, look, you can run ChatGPT on your own machine. I was like, wow, this is... So I don't think a problem exists when you want to do what ChatGPT does as a software, as a service platform, internally within your company. It's going to still work. But the technology is open, thank God, right?
Yeah.
So no one's going to monetize it and say, boss, I'll close it and only as a software as a service. Technology is open, it's available, you can run your own data set on top of it. You can make it human language interface driven, right? So today we can run our banking data set. This customer has not taken a product from me. Why? Because he's disengaged. He's not happy with your service. He has a complaint that they were logged with you 6 months ago. And then the balances started going down. So if you run this kind of data set on top of any open AI GPT sort of language model, it just works. So I don't see a challenge.
And you think marketers will warm up more and more to the data compliance sort of thing when it comes to AI? Because that is definitely a concern in marketers behind, on the back of their mind, as you said.
Sure. So basically, getting the insight can still be done on your internal data center, your internal systems. Activating it needs you to go to a ad platform, needs you to go to a second party data provider to merge audience, whatever, right? That is where the challenge continues to be. But running AI on your own data set, I don't see a challenge at all.
Okay. You were wanting to come in on the piece that, Mahesh and me were talking about. What's your thoughts on the fact that data compliance, given that you hold such a big data set at Geo platforms, right? What are your thoughts on that compliance issue as well?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. And so, see, the thing is, of course, regulation, etc., is needed. And again, so just taking a step back from there is data, the data is there. All of this data is being collected, whether or not you use AI on top of that to do anything about it. Now, whether AI is developing so fast because of that data being collected or data is being collected because you have this is another question altogether. But the thing is that right now we are in a place where this is getting collected. You do anything or not. Now, obviously, hence certain regulations will anyway need to be there. The whole reason GDPR, etc., is happening is because of these things. So then we are getting into that whole data privacy part anyway. Like I said, whether or not AI is being used. Now with AI, there are different sets of regulations in terms of how you can use AI, how much you can use AI on these things. But again, all of this is going to evolve together. So I don't think it's going to be a hindrance or it's going to, block anything. But again, like I said, it has to evolve together. And like in everything, there will be a lot of roadblocks. There'll be test and learn as well. But yeah, we'll eventually get there.
Okay, quick 10 seconds for everybody to answer before we open it up for questions of the audience. What is the one thing that AI can automate today or has automated today in your organization? You can take either of those answers. So, yeah.
All of that data that you were talking about. So yes, the point is that, again, all of the data, you're using AI to crunch that data, to essentially come up with some
Data analytics can be automated using AI today.
Yes, the basic use case of AI.
Yes. Okay.
Creative generation, I've already done.
Yeah.
Almost there is being able to get insights through a chat-based interface.
Yeah. So basically, get natural language insights from complex data sets, different distributed complex data sets.
Democratize access to marketing information and inputs so you can act and become a better marketer.
Fantastic. Okay, Mahesh.
Content creation, of course, but analytics and charting at a depth that was unimaginable earlier.
Charting, that's a fantastic point. Yeah, automated. You can completely automate charting with AI. Perfect. We have a couple of minutes still on the clock, so quick opening it up to the questions to the audience. Anybody who wants to ask questions to the panel, raise your hands, please. We can get a mic to you. Do we see any hands? There's one here.
Hi, thank you so much for the wonderful insights that you've shared with us today. One thing I'd like to understand is, did you go through organizational challenges when you were looking to, bring in data, AI, and automation? And how did you go about it? Like, my understanding is that at certain levels in different organizations, there are believers and then there are people who are scared of these changes. So how did you go about, how did you convince people within your organization to kind of take that route?
Yeah, I mean, let's ask the bank first, because if they do it in a bank, it's possible in all organizations.
Yeah, no, I will represent the traditional old school organizations in this conference. Okay, so let me answer that way. People in the organizations that are old, slightly more legacy, people would treat AI as the next buzzword to write in their PPTs and
PPTs are also created by AI.
Yeah, but that's also again the pessimist in me that has the thing that I most dislike is that people use buzzwords as their PPT presentation points rather than outcomes that they are pursuing and what help they need to pursue those outcomes. So AI becomes a buzzword internally, then fizzles out, right? So that is going to be your biggest challenge. So find a meaningful use case and execute it immediately if you want AI to continue to have the faith of your leadership. Otherwise, if everyone says ChatGPT this and that, and then leadership says, "Arey boss, nothing happened. What are you talking about?" One is AI will take a hit in your organization. Second is you will, as a person, lose credibility. Second is most important, right? So be aware of that.
Fantastic. Anybody else in the panel to add anything? Do we have one more question, or we are done? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists as well. This was fantastic. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion as well, and hopefully we'll look forward to more insights as the day goes along. Thank you.
I'd request you to stay back, please, everybody. Just bear with me for a minute. We want to do a photo op with you. So firstly, thank you for helping us understand how AI-driven analytics can significantly improve targeting and personalization, leading to higher conversion rates and ROI. I'd like you to stay back because, ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed it, we recently announced our AI advisory. Our mission to ensure the right platform is provided for industry representatives to discuss challenges, engage in knowledge sharing, and drive collaboration for growth. So alongside our members, who we already have on stage, let's call upon our other members who are here up on stage. Let me call the names quickly. Arvind RP, whoever's there with us, I'm just going to call the names. Whoever's there, join us. Arvind RP, Rashmi Sehgal, Pradyumn Pasari, Rahul Agarwal, Kunal Aman, Amiya Swaroop, Taranjeet Kaur, Rajiv Dhingra is already here, Atiq Kazi, Sujit Ganguly, Deepa Koram, who we have here, Deepa Matthew. These are all our members of the AI Advisory Council. Saloni Shah, Ishwari Deshpande, Raj Rishi Singh, Ankur Malhotra, Siddharth Shah, Mahesh Narayanan, Meghna Aparao, Aditya Swaminathan, Neeraj Ruparal, Marisha Gupta, Anjali Madan, Sriraman Tyagarajan, Anil Pandit, Sheetal Goyal, and Rudrashish Nag. Okay, I know those were a lot of names, but do we have any of these in the audience? Please join us for a photo opportunity on stage. Rudra, come. Okay. Can we have some nice pictures, please? If you'd like to nominate yourself to the AI advisory, please write to us. Awesome. So let's delve right into our next session in partnership with our co-powering partner Google, titled The Present and Future of Businesses is AI Powered by Priya Chaudhary, Director Business Solutions and Insights, Google India. Can we first please play the AV to welcome Priya?
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? So it's amazing to be in this intimate gathering of so many familiar faces and so many esteemed marketeers. Let's get started. Let me just quickly introduce myself. My name is Priya. I lead business solutions and insights for Google in India and have worked with you, many of you actually, very closely. So today, when MMA came and asked me to talk on this subject, I think I spoke to a lot of people, a lot of intelligent folks inside Google, outside Google. I did a ton of research to understand how do we set context for this. And there's a particular line that hit me really hard. And I said that's the best way to describe it. So AI actually really, and there is this moral debate I think we went through even in the panel discussion, right? Whether we are an optimist or a pessimist or a realist. So what does AI actually do to businesses? And why are we saying that today's businesses are dependent on whether AI, whether they invest in AI going forward or not? Is the fact that AI actually helps businesses save time for activities that humans and only humans can do. And that's not nothing. That's activities that involve creativity, that involve judgment, that involve empathy. Right? So that's the stage I wanted to set before we get into this conversation on AI and where is AI today, how is Google thinking about it, etc. Now at Google, we believe that AI is the next big shift, right? It's going to be transformative for businesses, for consumers. Many of us are experiencing it already. And if you've been following Sundar, he has gone on record and said that AI is going to be as transformative as almost the invention of, let's say, fire or electricity. And we believe these are the, if we trace the technological innovation that has happened over a period of time, there are three distinct phases. One was the launch of internet, then came mobile, and now the world is AI powered. And I don't know how many of you have experienced a world before internet. I have. And every time a new technological revolution came, as Google, we have embraced and led that. So when internet came into being, for us as a consumer, it was important to go to g.com, right, to look at the most trustworthy information. When mobile revolution happened in India, again, Google was the one which was able to connect businesses to millions of consumers in the right place, right location, right time, with the right intent. And now, as AI is powering the world, and we at Google are, of course, optimists in AI, we believe that we are going to build engines, and already are building engines which are going to power businesses and are going to help billions of consumers. But I do want to call out, and I think Madhu said it as well, that AI is not new, right? Almost 7 years back, in our flagship I/O event that happens, we declared that Google is going to be an AI-first company. And since then, we have been investing in AI to create ad products, to create consumer products, which help businesses, which help consumers throughout the world. And some of this AI is so instinctive that we are not even realizing that we are using AI. Things like today when you type a Gmail, you go into Gmail and type a mail, there is Smart Editor, there is Smart Reply. These are all AI powered. Or every morning, I think the ritual is we fire our Google Maps and we see what is the best route to take depending upon the traffic situation, time of the day, etc. These are all AI powered and have been benefiting lives and consumers for a long time now. So AI already exists. We are deeply investing in AI and are very, very excited about the future that is filled with AI. Now again, there are many buzzwords like somebody called out earlier as well, right? So we are hearing these things about analytical AI, generative AI, and I've been reading a lot and thinking about what is the best way to explain it. And in my mind, the most simplest explanation that came to mind was think of analytical AI as almost left brain and think of generative AI as right brain. And between the two of them, these are the 4 things, broadly speaking, that they do, which is synthesize data, make predictions, create content, and power conversations. And let's talk about the analytics part of AI a little bit more. So very simply speaking again, what AI does best is it looks at tons of data, tons of information, makes patterns that as humans we can't even think of, and then uses them to make predictions, right? And all of this happens in a fraction of a second. And that's why the decisions that can be done, that can be made with AI are of course going to be far superior than we can ever think of making manually. And that's why AI is optimizing the world around us. And like I was saying before, there are many, many use cases. As consumers, things like maps, things like, creative use cases like magic editors, Google, mail compose, document compose, things like that, which are all AI powered. Or the most important for all of us as marketeers here is powering businesses to create a more impactful, effective solution. Let's also talk about the new buzzword, right, which has taken the world by storm, which is generative AI. Now, generative AI is nothing but an AI tool which basically creates something totally new based on a prompt that you give it. And as consumers, we spoke about, we've experimented a lot with ChatGPT. Google has its own AI tool as well. It's called Bard. We're launching it slowly. It's still in an experiment phase. We believe that technologies which are as powerful as AI, we have a responsibility to be bold as well as responsible with them. But I don't know how many of you have experimented with Bard. A show of hands. Interesting. And what, I can tell you what I do on Bard, but I'll be very keen to understand what you do as well. So for me, it's an amazing, creative, collaborative platform. And some of you might know I am a runner. And earlier I used to had to go to google.com or many other search websites. I had to, it was a clunky way of going through various information sources, figuring out what is the right nutrition plan for me, what is the right running plan for me, etc. Now with Bard, with a single prompt, I can get this information in a matter of seconds, right? Or a close friend of mine actually is a writer. And whenever she has a writer's block, she goes to platforms like ChatGPT. Bard is able to get some kind of creative sort of stimulus. So it's these kind of platforms are great platforms to be able to build creative, collaborative, appeals. So that's how I look at generative AI. Now let's look at one more small example. How long do you think it will take for us as humans to think of this image and generate it and make it actually, right? In a matter of seconds. It's done with Gen AI platforms like Imagen. And these kind of creative, and I think some of you spoke about as well in the panel that we had, these kind of creative outputs are really revolutionizing businesses as well. So I think the real question to ask is, how can AI help you? Or more importantly, how can AI help your business today and tomorrow? And I think somewhere it falls into one of these, right? It helps consumers, it helps communities and companies achieve their highest potential. And going back to what I said earlier, which is it frees up time for us as humans to do things that we do best. And it could be in small things like these, which is where does your next product discovery lie, for example? Or it could be much more meaningful societal impact that we could create. And this is an example that I'm really proud of, where we as Google really partnered with Flood Hub to be able to send flood warning messages to millions of consumers. And we used AI to do this, and it saved millions of lives. So today, AI has the potential to do from the smallest to the largest societal impact initiatives. And it's upon us as marketers and consumers to embrace it and move forward with it. This is an interesting stat we came across. It's a McKinsey study which says that marketers who embrace AI, almost 70% of them show and report a revenue increase, and a third of them cost decrease. So it looks like embracing AI and collaborating with AI is the solution and is the only way out for businesses to drive impact and to build success. So the question that you'll ask is, what is the next best step? How do I move forward? And what we say is, when technology changes, who you partner with is the most important. Think of Google AI as your business partner and as your business multiplier. And broadly, again, these are the three things that we believe you can do with Google AI, which is drive results and ROI, which is unprecedented, which cannot be done manually, cannot be even thought of manually. Build consumer connections, drive demand from avenues that you would not have thought of. And again, augment your expertise, your experiences, creatives with Google AI. Now, I do want to call out that it is the end result of how your AI is going to perform and support your business is a lot dependent on the input that you give to the AI as well. So the kind of data that you share, the quality of data, the quantity of data is what the AI feeds on. And at Google, we believe in a privacy-safe way of collecting, storing, and activating data. And my colleague will also talk about it a little more in the evening. So always remember that it's AI is just a tool, and it will always work together in partnership with what you bring to the table in terms of your data and in terms of your ingenuity and in your human innovation as well. At this point in time, let me play a small video from one of our partners, and let's see what AI was able to do for the business that we're going to.
As a fashion-forward e-commerce brand, Myntra has always been at the forefront of democratizing fashion and beauty and bringing the best of selections to its consumers using effective performance campaigns. Leveraging Google's AI-powered ad solutions meant that we could efficiently pivot and scale our marketing strategy without interrupting performance. Hi, my name is Sundar Balasubramanian and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Myntra. As per Google search data, around 89% of fashion searches are generic, making the consumer's journey a rather complex one. Google's solutions have helped us identify areas of growth and effectively reach consumer cohorts in a more streamlined way. Through a combination of performance max, video action campaigns, and Firebase signals, we reach out to consumers wherever purchase intent occurs, enabling more of them to buy branded fashion and beauty,
styles that are in line with their liking, and hence help them look their stylish best every day. Enabling brandification of fashion has always been at the core of what we do. We offer 1.7 million styles across fashion, beauty and lifestyle. International brands to domestic ones, D2C ones, workwear to ethnic wear and Gen Z fashion. Working closely with our media partners, we've adopted value-based bidding. And we've seen a 37% increase return on ad spend across our marketing campaigns between July to December 22 versus Jan to June 2022. Staying ahead of the curve on both current trending search terms and new ones is important for us. Broad match, depth and coverage of generic search drove significant efficiencies and a strong jump in conversions. Myntra prides itself on unparalleled consumer experience, no matter where a consumer's digital journey takes place. So it was important for us to effectively use quality video ad creatives to drive awareness and video action campaigns to achieve our goals. Video action campaigns have enabled us to beautifully combine the power of video ad messaging and relevant product feeds to boost performance even further. Delivering an unparalleled customer experience means considering every single touch point, including apps. App marketing has always played a crucial role in our strategy. With Google's Firebase signals, we've got off to a great start, driving efficiencies and doubling down on scale. Fashion brands are no longer out of reach for consumers across India. With Google's AI-powered ad solutions, they are readily accessible to anyone in the palm of their hand.
So you saw Myntra in this and some amazing results that we drove with them and for them. And similarly, another example that I would like to talk about is Cadbury, which sent millions of customized messages, birthday messages, using AI-led tech and AI-led lyrics, music, etc. that they were able to generate. So this was a classic example of using AI to drive personalization at scale. However, I do want to again stress the point that it's always your ingenuity, your ability to bring the best quality of data and the quantity of data that helps AI work hardest. And it will always be in partnership with what you bring to the table. Again, I do want to stress this point that please remember that you're not competing with AI, but you're actually competing with many other marketers and companies who are already using AI. So I think in a world which is changing really, really fast, where the pace of change is not being determined in months or years, but it's being determined in weeks and days, as marketers and as consumers, we have no choice but to embrace AI, to lead actually these revolution, to partner with the best, to experiment, and to confidently get into a future which will be AI-led. We are really excited as Google to be a part of this future. We are very happy to partner with you to guide you through this change, and I hope you are as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Priya. I think that truly set the ball rolling for our agenda for the day. And with those use cases at hand, I think we're in a good space to start our next session, which we have decided to call the AI loyalty loop, quite literally. But first, let's quickly watch a short AV of our partner for the session, WebEngage. Awesome. Can I please call upon our panelists for this session? Deepak Bakshi, Managing Director, Accenture Song in India. Tejas Bakre, Partner, Data and Analytics, Technology Consulting, EY. Prasad Kothari, Head of Data Science and AI, Hansa Equity. Jyoti Narula Ranjan, Partner and Associate Director, Boston Consulting Group, and our moderator, Apoorv Sood, Vice President of Global Business Development and Partnerships, WebEngage, to crack codes to redefining customer retention. On that note, I see a lot of empty seats in front. I'm not sure why people think it's better to be behind. It never is. Come in front, join us. We want to see your faces and talk to you. Please come in front. I will personally come and usher you if you don't. I'm not kidding. Okay, where are our panelists? Give us a few minutes, guys. We'll just kind of gather. Yeah, okay, okay. I hope everyone's having a good time. I think, as everyone knows, we have a spread for you later, and we have some cocktails for us to network over, so don't go anywhere. And as I'm saying, please come more ahead. Come closer to us. Awesome. Over to you, Apoorv.
Hello. Hello. Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Apoorv. I head business at WebEngage. We're a marketing automation platform. I'm going to quickly jump over to the panelists. Not going to give you very long introductions because let's get to the conversation part of it. Over to you, Deepak. You'd like to introduce?
Thanks, Apoorv. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Deepak Bakshi, Managing Director with Accenture Song in India.
Hi everybody, this is Tejas Bakre. I'm a partner with EY. I handle data analytics for BFSI sector.
Hi everyone, Prasad here. I am head of AI and data science at Hansas Equity. Looking forward to meeting everyone after the event.
Hi everyone, my name is Jyoti. I'm a partner with Boston Consulting Group. I lead X Growth as part of BCG.
So Jyoti is bringing diversification in the panel. We clearly could do better, but yeah, thanks for being here, Jyoti. I'm going to start with everybody's been hearing about AI, conversational AI. Everybody knows what's happening in California with Altman going in, out, dancing around, and whatever's up. So everybody pretty much knows that, and everybody keeps saying that AI is the future. I think we'll try and get down a little away from the buzzword to understand what exactly is AI and how do we use it in loyalty, right? That's the whole game today that we're trying to come to. So my first question, right? We have a very diverse panel here. People come from CPG, retail, BFSI, consulting backgrounds, So my first question today is, what is, given the diverse sort of industry that we have here on the panel, right? What is the unique approaches in AI for loyalty, as use cases across these sectors, right? Deepak, can we start from you since you're next to me?
Sure, absolutely. I think by industries, there is definitely going to be some separation of the use cases and how various organizations are looking at it. And if I were to pick examples, let's say from retail to start with, where loyalty plays a reasonably big role. Consumers would tend to shop more frequent and the ticket size is usually smaller. So loyalty plays much bigger role. Now, the use case for AI is obvious, right? Currently, what's happening is there is a lot of customer data that's getting created, collated together. And the whole idea is there's an analytics team who will kind of churn the data, generate the insights, use that to then engage and communicate with consumers. A lot of insights in that process tends to get missed. And more so in retail because the number of transactions that are happening at a consumer level are significant, right? And we can pick any, whether it's the likes of e-marketplaces today or the physical retail stores that exist in the country. To deal with that quantum of data and number of transactions at a retail consumer level, AI can play a very significant role in streamlining that, making sure those insights are not getting lost when we talk about loyalty. The second idea also, where AI can play a very significant role in retail, is how do you bring in the data which consumer is not directly leaving with you, right? Joining the dots between your non-first party data attributes, bringing in back into the loyalty and making sure that's part of your engagement with the consumers. Those two areas are very unique, very specific to retail as I see it. And then again, as we move on some of the other segments of retail, let's say we take jewelry retail, the situation changes slightly because you look for very different set of attributes and hence the content that you want to engage with the consumer on that plays an important role. Now, identification of that content and how to utilize that in comms with the consumer in a jewelry retail becomes different than one we are looking at, let's say, a grocery retail. Right? So those nuances and likewise, I think industry to industry, there are several levers that come into the play here.
I have one cross question to you again. You said non-first party data that the users leave. What do you mean by that? Just one quick line on that.
So it's essentially the attributes of that non-first party data, right? So retailers, when you are transacting with retailers, you are leaving your transaction details with them. But what are some of the other, let's say, browsing that you're doing on a particular category of retail? It's not lying with the retail. It's non-first party, right? So you'll have to gather it
stuff
from
like device data,
and the likes, yes,
and so on and so forth, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Over to you. You know, before you sort of take the same question, just if you can give a background on the industry that you come from, so that they know where you're getting to as well from a use case.
I primarily look at BFSI, which is banking, financial services, NBFCs in insurance, essentially financial services. And it's a very peculiar trend that I'm seeing now from a use case perspective in the banking industry, especially retail banking as well as all the NBFCs, right? And I think when I was talking to Jyoti said loyalty is about trust. She mentioned that was downstairs. So I think trust comes from a bit of a emotional attachment that you have with a brand. An emotional attachment, to derive the exact qualities of an emotional attachment that the consumer has with the brand, is based on emotional intelligence. And how do you use AI, which is artificial intelligence, to derive emotional intelligence about your consumer? And very interestingly, that I've seen in some of the banks that I'm talking to, they do have a customer data platform. They have a customer 360, which tells everything that the customer has done for them. And this is all first-party data. But what they're going now is into very deeper dissections of individuals. And as you know very well, each individual is actually very distinct, right? How much ever you try to group them into their demographics, you would find nuances with certain people. You might have a dog lover, a bike owner, and a house owner. And you might have somebody who's a cat lover, and somebody with 2 kids and so on, right? So that micro segmentation is what I'm seeing banks trying to do of customers. That's A. And they're also investing a lot into what is called as a sentiment analysis. So, and I think from a futuristics perspective, look at it, it's not just about whether the customer is happy or not happy with your brand, whether he's happy with the services that he got from the bank. It is essentially talking about what is his mood in terms of where in the life cycle he is today, what's his growth journey, what are his imperatives, and based on that, trying to create models, which are AI-based models, which predict what is the most likelihood of that particular person buying. So essentially, just to summarize, microsegmentation, sentiment analysis, there is also a word called as opinion mining, to see what the person has been doing when he's browsing over the website or the portal of the bank, and so on and so forth. So I see that a lot of BFSI doing this in this country.
Thank you. So, now coming to you, right, Prasad, you told me, you've dealt with data models, you've dealt with so many other, ways in which, on which AI and ML, all of that is built, right? You've studied it, you've been part of those projects, right? Just going a little more deeper, and maybe you can choose a segment or a sector. What is a use case that people sort of can relate to at a micro level that, that can be AI based, and how it is being done? If you can give me some idea, it will be very helpful.
Absolutely. So, I come across sectors. I have worked in life sciences, retail, BFSI, and the passion which we work with is how do we build loyalty, right? How do we build that trust for brands? And taking it one step further, how do we build chains of loyalty, right? Where a lot of our customers build or rely on us to build referral programs, right? Where customer is very happy, he falls into certain segment or micro segment, right? He has certain opinion about the brand. He has a positive sentiment about the brand. Our analysts have already analyzed it using different machine learning tools, artificial intelligence algorithms, graph mining, and so on, right? How do we nudge them to refer more customers like them, right? How do we nudge them through behavioral science and AI to gain more and more and more brand trust or customer trust, right, through those referral programs? How do we understand that behavior of network science is where a lot of our work currently happening, and happy to talk more about it later.
Absolutely.
Just on this nudging part, if I may interject. So in the recent times, we built a model to send these nudges that please buy our personal loan, you have our credit card, and so on. I'm just coming back to the point that I was making. So somebody that they figured out that in one of our banks, they figured out that there are a lot of customers who are hardly using their credit cards, and they're not even happy with their credit cards. But at the same time, if you nudge a person who is actually not happy with your existing services, it actually is very counterproductive. And so the models should have these inbuilt mechanisms to sort of talk to each other in terms of what. So nudging is great. I'm just giving an example where I recollected an incident where this actually failed in some cases as well. Yeah.
So, there are two parts of nudging, right? You nudge everyone based on the overall bigger segment, or you start developing algorithms like reinforcement learning, where algorithm gets penalized if it predicts something wrong, versus it gets incentivized if it predicts something right, which is the basics of ChatGPT in an NLP world. Sorry, bit technical, but so we ensemble the nudges with reinforcement learning to kind of make sure that customers don't detract and loyalty remains there.
Yeah. So before I get to Jyoti, I hope we can someday kill those annoying calls. Why all of us get those, buy a credit card, take a loan and stuff. So I hope that gets killed someday by the AI. Jyoti, over to you. You're with BCG. You've done a lot of consulting work across domains, right? What's your take on the use cases that you see being used across the diverse sort of places?
Yeah. So thanks for having me on the panel. Most of what Deepak, Tejas, and Prashad said, I think I completely relate with that, because a lot of work that we actually do at BCG is very full funnel, in the sense that, as I was mentioning before before we joined here, for us, trust is more important than just calling it a loyalty or a referral program. And when we do full funnel work for our clients, we actually start building trust at the top of the funnel, and go all the way to make sure that the customer lifetime value is really linked with how we are building trust with each consumer segment. And each element of this really comes into real world. And when as a student of marketing, all these things look like they are items in a book that you read about one day, but when you see this micro segmentation and reinforcement algorithm actually playing out in an energy client or a financial services client, and that's the joy of really doing the AI work. Personally, what I think one use case for the for the audience to take away after this panel, which I want to highlight, is BCG has done a very solid piece of work with Starbucks for the personalization program, and it's also on our website, so you can read more about that. But just building that customer DNA at the segment of one and understanding the omni-channel behavior, keeping in mind that not every nudge is equal and it will have the same reaction. It's one case study which I think I would like to highlight. The other one is an energy client, and that's where it's a global work that we are doing, and the challenge there is really B2B sales, which is to get more out of the right account that you're talking to. And again, as I said, because loyalty plays a role in the full funnel, AI is really powering up our B2B account management that we are building for that client, making the calling agents smarter, making them more aware of the first-party data sets, how to write emails, how to do calls. I mean, AI is playing a role in every element of that project that we are running, and it goes without saying that going back to my original point, trust starts getting built at top of the funnel. We are doing some AI-led work with some banks where we are actually using AI to generate creatives for their campaigns, what we call as media campaigns, but because they are hyper targeted at the segment of one, the generation of creative as well as deployment is enabled by AI and is done at scale. So these are just 2-3 cases that I could think of while the other panelists were speaking. But yeah, happy to continue conversing on this.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing the B2B angle to the overall. I think we've been consumer-centric across, but thanks for bringing the B2B angle. So I'm from here, we've spoken about AI, we've spoken about how we need data models and so on. So it brings me to a very interesting point. And I'd like to start with Tejas, right? Considering you come from a financial services background. There's always this battle of personalization versus privacy in loyalty, right? So, as how do you strike a balance between delivering personalized experiences while respecting customer privacy in the loyalty space? Tricky one.
Yeah, it is a very tricky answer to give. See, there are clear government guidelines. Now the DPDP Act has come by. So it clearly tells that when you collect a data from a particular individual, you have to be very clear on why you're collecting it, how long you're storing it, what is the purpose behind collecting it, and all their authorizations and all that have to be compiled. Now, but as a consumer, I would want my privacy to be maintained. At the same time, as a consumer, I'm expecting you to treat me in a very personal and special way. Now, both gets challenging. So there are some ways to handle it. The way we have done it is, and it's not basically a AI question, it's more of a data question. So what we have done is for some of the banks that we are working with, we are trying to, first of all, clearly identify the PI data, personally identifiable individual data, and make sure that it is masked and encrypted. So that's step number one. It's a very basic step that we do. Second, you have to start relying more and more on zero-party and first-party data to bring up the personalized choices, right? Rather than relying on third-party data. So how much proficient are your own channels in collecting that data? And how do you strengthen them? So for example, if you today have a portal and you're clearly telling that it's going to accept cookies and it's going to actually, abolishment of cookies will be a nightmare for all the marketers eventually. But yes, if you accept cookies and you say yes to that, then how do you use them very effectively? So that you understand what journeys the particular client took on that web page. Secondly, there is a concept which has been used for a very long time called as data clean room, which is used by many marketeers and advertisers. Data clean room is essentially trying to see what are the commonalities between different consumers who use, let's say, Meta or Google. They provide these services, and your own consumers by using certain lookalike kind of fashion. So you actually don't see the personal data, but you tend to understand the client behavior based on the lookalikes. So these are some mechanisms through which it has been found out. I believe, I mean, in the Indian context, so this is my personal opinion, that we don't so much, a normal common man is not so much entrenched into privacy, but definitely is more entrenched into giving a personalized experience. So how that balance is kept depends on how you use their data carefully.
Fair. So I'm going to, jump to you, Jyoti, on the privacy piece. What's your take on the privacy?
There's always, I think, being the second responder to a question, the challenge is what to add beyond what Tejas has already said, because I think again, theoretically, the balance between giving a personalized experience and being honest to privacy, as a business, one tends to go more on the personalization side. It's not like every click that the user makes, we don't show up the cookies message again and again, right? It's accept all and forget about it. However, as an industry and maybe I think as thought leaders, just having an honest debate about policies around it and the regulation, even internally, how often are we, and that's what we are actively doing, as part of cases that we are working on, working very closely with compliance and particularly for the banking sector, and where O2O is concerned, online to offline, we work with a lot of industrial good clients where there is a larger dealer network which we have to activate for ensuring that those leads are serviced. There is a very critical element of making sure that at no point we are compromising user privacy. While in the current scheme of things, not everybody has the appreciation for it, but I think as active industry participants, the effort that we all make is to have a more strict compliance and a strict monitoring around privacy piece, because personalization is taken care of by the AI ML that our teams build. The policy piece is where the manual effort is needed. Funnily enough, that privacy part is manual while personalization continues to be AI driven. That's the balance we are striking as part of BCG.
Just one to come in and ask you only, since just making it more direct. Often AI is with automation, right? Now you have data, you obviously keeping regulations in mind, brought in the right sort of data, you maintained regulations, right? Now AI is running with automation. No one is coming and asking you what data to use, when, and so on and so forth, right? In such cases, are there ways with which privacy can be met? It's hard, I know, but I'm just trying to understand.
That's what I'm saying, that as active industry participants, our effort is to put these compliance and processes in place. Because one has to always, remember, I mean, the scenarios that we are working in, financial services is, again, a combination of online to offline. Industrial goods, things like tires, cements, window panes. These are industries in which consumer will interact digitally as well as offline as well, right? So he will leave his data at different touch points. How do you integrate that? How do you make sure that it doesn't leak out of the system and goes into the market as leads to be sold to home loan companies? So this is really the manual effort, and I would say the future thinking that we can do as active industry participants is to be open about and bringing these things right ahead of curve, preparing the business for that. The success of this really shows up 2 years later or 3 years later. If your business is prepared to make sure with the right rigor, there are no data leakages. As I said, while AI takes care of personalizations, humans take care of privacy.
So there's just to add, I'm sorry, I'm adding to quite a bit because trying to think through what the answer was.
Go for it.
One point I missed is on the consent. So when you get a customer onto your portal, you take consent based on what all things you can do with his or her data. So that's consent management is one. But the most critical part, I think, is the right to be forgotten. I think that is where I think you'll have to handle the privacy in such a way that ability to completely purge the data out of a system once the consumer has gone away is also an essential ingredient of maintaining privacy.
Just one point adding in there, I think, or rather two, now that I have the talking point.
Go for it, please. We've been waiting for you.
Yeah, of course. No, I think loyalty and data privacy, if the two in the same sentence are in my head are not right? Because if a consumer, I am signing up for loyalty program, I am giving the consent that yes, I want to be associated with this brand or this service, and hence the brand or the organization has the right to connect with me, which means the consent is implicitly there. Now, the second part of the question is then how do I not infringe upon what I don't need to as an organization for that loyal customer, which is where the responsible AI comes in, right? So yes, there is AI that will help us do what I need to do from a loyalty perspective, but the responsibility lies in the policy, in the frameworks that we need to do, in the entire performance evaluation of the algorithm. If you do good and you're not invading, great stuff. If you are, then let's course correct it. So those are the points to make.
Fair. So, jumping to, the challenges that we have, right? We keep talking about AI, privacy, how to do this, but there are obviously a lot of people don't know how to deploy an AI solution, how to start, where to go about it, and how to scale up and so on and so forth. So, what are some of the common challenges that an organization faces when deploying AI from a loyalty program standpoint? Prasad, you've been quiet for a bit, and I have to, over to you. I'd love to hear your take on this.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are two main challenges which I think of, and then I'll leave.
Can I ask you to put the mic a little closer? Sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Much better.
Okay, cool. So there are two main challenges, and then I'll leave some challenges to the next speaker after listening to you. One challenge is the buzzwords, right? Everyone hears about artificial intelligence, blockchain.
Jobs are going to be lost.
Jobs are going to be lost, or everything is going to be transformed, right? Within a day or two. And that sets up expectations really, really high, right? When we go in for our clients as advisors, as trusted consultants, we keep the expectations extremely realistic in terms of the top line impact or bottom line impact they are going to get, right? In terms of amount of dollars or in terms of the brand value or brand impact the AI will add to their current baseline, right? So we do a proper baselining exercise, which is then followed by data discovery process, which is further followed by a lot of data enrichment process, which is further followed by a lot of machine learning algorithms, innovating different algorithms, right? Innovating through different kind of neural networks, innovating through computer vision, innovating through natural language processing, right? And then comes the implementation part, right? Where we need a lot of help from someone like business analysts, right? Who understand the technology really well, who understand the domain really well. They can work with the implementation partners to implement these algorithms in the current systems which client has already invested in, right? Rather than suggesting a billion-dollar transformation for them, right? So we have to be extremely, extremely agile when it comes to the implementation part and the transformation part, right? And once we are through that, we finally start seeing some impact of AI after 6 months or 12 months through different test versus control groups, different A/B tests, right? And so on. And that part has to be done in a very, very accurate way, right? Whether you are doing test versus control and so on. After all of that, we need to get approval from all the executives who are our sponsors for that particular AI process. So it's a long process, right? It's a very long process which has to be extremely accurate while dealing with a lot of bad data, a lot of unclean data, a lot of different algorithms, a lot of industry dynamics changing. So that's challenge one, right? And while dealing with all the buzzwords, because tomorrow there will be new news about blockchain, and the world will transform itself again. Not really, right? That's challenge number one. Challenge number two is, see, when I started my career, data science was not a word, right? AI was academic word, right? Today, everyone wants to work in data science or AI. So second challenge is getting right talent, right? You get right talent, groom them for years, and then they are ready for a big transformation project. So that's a second challenge, which is not customer centric. The first one was customer centric, which is a rigor and a process. Second is more talent driven, where we want more and more and more talent and innovation come in the industry and impact AI and loyalty in particular through different technologies, through different algorithms, through their way of thinking, and so on.
Understood. No, I think love the way you describe the process and the challenges. I think nothing left for most people to sort of talk about, and we have shortened time as well. So quick, 1-2 pointers. I'm going to ask the same question to everybody, starting from you, Deepak. What are the future trends, right? Where does, now from buzzword to, usage of AI in, your loyalty, where does this go in the future? Quick 1 or 2 pointers.
Sure, and I'll take you from the previous question. I think that will also add to the trends as well. See, one element is data. AI is going to be based, it is based on data, and it's, see, what we see is currently organizations have one type of data, and the usability of that data from an AI use case perspective that we discussed earlier could be limited to start with. So currently the usage of AI in loyalty space is going to be more to scale up the efficiency. But there is more that can be done, right? So defining those use cases and making sure as an organization, you are able to gather that data and that piece of content and information is one area to watch out for in the future. The second I'll just highlight is around the organization, right? Operating models across organizations will evolve as AI starts to play a bigger role, especially in the loyalty kind of a thing, right? So what will be in-house, what will be with AI, what will be with your ecosystem partners, which specific capabilities will get either disrupted or undergo a significant change is the second area to watch out for.
Absolutely. So understood this. Coming back to the last question and quick one, right? We're going to do short one-liners or two-liners. Where do you see the future?
I see the use of AI is going to significantly increase in loyalty. Absolutely, no doubt about that. My sense is, again, which use cases to evolve is to be seen. Content and emotions, two areas, how those will be joined in the future is where I'll bet.
Jyoti, coming to you. Where do we go from here?
Good that I'm the second speaker. So all points are not lost. But yeah, I think in my head, I can't say that this will be a solved problem, but I see this as a challenge. How I would say the societal fabric will integrate more with the business. Earlier, probably the laws of business were set by, let's say, a business department somewhere in the government, but privacy is such a core element of citizens that influencing businesses will be something that governments will take more in hand. Going back to the talent thing that Prasad mentioned, not everybody has the same knowledge and understanding. And because of that, I think it will be an evolution before we have a clear picture on how businesses and societies really decide to treat privacy, which will impact how AI gets used in loyalty.
You, Tejas.
So according to me, what's going to happen is, I'm talking from a loyalty programs perspective, there is going to be a significant consolidation of loyalty programs because the consumers are expecting to be treated in a special way across the value chain of, let's say, entertainment or travel. We already see airlines sharing data. So data sharing across loyalty programs is going to increase, which will put more pressure on very significant specialized AI models to give offers, which are very relevant across a value chain of, let's say, as I said, entertainment or travel or whatever.
Anything that scares, any scare from an AI standpoint? Obviously, we're not losing jobs, and
No, not
that's
losing job.
clickbait.
I'm scared today that a lot of companies know more about me than probably I know more about myself.
That's scary, right?
That's scary, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. What about you, Prasad? Future, where do you see the future going?
So, with respect to loyalty and AI, see, most of the programs are already happening, right? I see the future where AI enables organizations to build networks of loyalties, right? Uh, I see loyalty chains being formed, right, through different referral programs, through different nudges or not so nudges, right, and through different algorithms and so on. So that's where the evolution in loyalty is going to be.
So I'm going to, while we're supposed to end at this, but I'm going to ask you one question again, Prasad. You used neural models and you used a terminology called NLP, right? Just for our audience, what is neural models? What is NLP? I kept it for the last. I think it's sweet for people to know.
Yeah, so see, neural networks have been here for a while, right? Geoff Hinton and Jan LeCun invented neural networks, and they were there much before that as well. With respect to the current businesses, what we are able to do is we are able to program different artificial intelligence algorithms which are feed forward back propagation, which learn through their mistakes just like any other human does, right? And they keep on correcting the error. That's what basically the neural networks are. And then there are various aspects of it, such as LSTM, which are used on unstructured data, where they have a small forget gate, where white noise goes out of the forget gate, right? Or there are CNNs, which are meant for computer vision and robotics and so on.
Lot of people are Googling right now, like whatever you're saying, right? A lot of people are Googling. Yeah, NLP, do you want to cover separately or you've covered it in your, yeah, that's all right. Super. Any questions in the audience before we end? We still have like 30 seconds to go. Anybody? Either we've been very good or no one's got anything. Which one is it? Anybody? Yeah, go for it, please.
Okay. Any of you can take it. Okay, so because we're talking about customer retention, and I think first of all, there were fantastic insights which came from all of you. This was really a rich conversation. But tell me one thing, I think all of us are talking a lot about being left-brained in AI, right? But technically, from a retention standpoint, the right brain is going to play a very big role. And if AI can power that effectively, which is basically marrying the head and the heart, marrying art and science, right? So how does one crack that code, and what do you think can be done to power AI for the right brain?
I think it is already being experimented, especially in the creative side of things, right? You're right that unless we have AI play a role on content, just doing the science of it based on data alone will not solve the problem for retention. It has to be both. What's already happening in some reasonable level of scale currently in the creative side is, for example, AI is used currently for writing scripts of films, of series. And you don't necessarily need, means if it's a series and you can prompt the AI for what has been the previous set of characters and storyline and what was the ending, etc., and what should be the next one. There is enough and more examples now available to create a first level cut at least that can bring that in. Which means, how should I engage a consumer with a specific type of communication, including creative, is not far away from what AI will be able to do.
I'd just like to add to that. Now we're designing videos and base level photos as well by AI. You could probably give inputs of the characteristics that you want, and the image or the video could do what you needed for them overall. So yeah, just want to add that. Anybody else would like to take this one?
I don't know if my answer is going to add value to your career or your life, but I think this is not the first time that any disruption in our society is making us think hard about what we are really doing in day to day, right? Print did that because print spread the word across society. Television did that. Everybody thought people will be glued to their televisions. Mobile phones did that. People thought we'll all become slave to mobile phones. I don't think the right brain will get hijacked by AI. And can it add to it? I think using AI to really use it as a tool, which is what I could see Deepak was describing, and we have seen it in how designers or creative folks are really using it. Just having that lens that this is a tool that really helps me level up my core skill. Just the opportunities are immense. The data nerds like us, we are all left brainers here. I don't know how many of us have a side hobby on art or paintings, but we tend to focus more on A/B testing, collecting data, which creator is working well, multi-cell testing, multivariate testing, but a designer should be probably looking at these tools to just iterate, or any creative person, like, the scripts and all you were talking about. So yeah, I think looking at this as a tool to upskill, that's how I would see, and I'm seeing the trends already, but I'm not an expert on the creative side, so.
Absolutely echo that, right? See, and I was with our chief creative chairperson a few weeks ago, and from the audience, this was the same question, and his response was essentially, for a creative person, the creative idea is in the mind, right? And then you need a tool to take it out. In few days, years, decades ago, you could use a brush or a pen and a paper and kind of put this on, what is a sketch, what is a storyboard, what the creative is going to be. And the technology has evolved. There is softwares available right now to get your mind thinking of creative into an image. And AI is only going to augment that further. So it's a tool, it has to be used responsibly, and we'll see the results.
Helpful. Whilst I like the perspective, I was actually getting to the right brain of the customer. Like, if you really have to appeal to his or her emotional intelligence. Do you want to leave us with a thought there, Apurva?
What do you?
The right brain of a customer, appealing to the emotional intelligence of a customer.
Yeah, so I don't want to add much more, keeping the time check in mind. I'm fairly accurate on timing. I think I'll take examples from the product that we built, which is WebEngage, and not trying to be salesy, but just a small use case, right? Today, email can be designed inside the product, looking at the emotion and the kind of segment that we are targeting. All of that linkages, right, on a very, very tactical level really helps, I think, because what is happening in the past is, someone had like, let's send an email at 4 o'clock in the evening to this segment because I have seen previously better clicks come my way and some of those sort of things, right? And everybody has their own experiences, nuances. I think all of this will become a lot more intelligent with that nuance. Another piece is, what happens is sometimes when we are sending texts to our customers and so on and so forth, right? And, you have a huge verbose text that you want to send in. It's very hard to cut that down in terms of number of words. And not only does the text cost you as a sender heavily, but also it's boring for someone to read a text which is like 2 texts. No one has that kind of time. We live in 5-10 seconds reels world, right? We don't have that kind of time. I think all of these things sort of add value to the left brain, right brain customer kind of conversations, and absolutely AI will and is empowering today all of these sort of things. I hope that helped you as an answer. And at this note, I'd like to end. Thank you so much for listening in, and fantastic having you over. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Can you please stay back for a photo, please? I'm still seeing a lot of crowd in the behind. And I'm not sure why y'all are not coming in front. Please come join us. There are so many empty seats here waiting for you. And I can see familiar faces categorically at the back. Please, I urge all of you to come in front. grab your cups and come here. Come in front. Yeah, I'm not starting till we come here. No, Neeraj, you must get everybody. You're the one who's been standing at the back. Okay, great. So I'm going to start now, but I should see some people come walk in front. There is too much population at the back. Are you listening to me? Hello. Come in front. I'm going to start taking names. That's going to be embarrassing. I can see our board members at the back. Please come in front. I'm going to call out. I'm going to name drop now. So they must, na? Okay, so thank you to our panel. And, I think that truly sets the context for our second and last question for the audience before we dive into our much awaited, Yeah, because the next one is one of the hero ones for today. So please. Gender neutral term. Come on. Should we take a 5-minute break? I think, Monica, you should personally go get people. Lloyd, go grab everybody from behind. Okay, it's 4:16. In the interest of hunger and hygiene, I'm going to give you 5 more minutes. I want everybody in the front at 4:21. I'm very serious. I'm going to start walking to everyone personally in 5 minutes.
Everybody, can we do the session right here? Do we leave the stage and come here? Should that help, guys? Can I please request you to take your plates, take your coffee and go right back there? It would really help us continue. We have a report launch and I'd like all of you to settle back with your plates and your coffee.
We're serving you where you're sitting. We're serving you where you're sitting. You don't have to take the pain of serving yourselves. We will serve you. Come. That's the spirit. Okay, a very warm welcome to all these new faces I'm seeing. We will serve you food and coffee and tea right where you're sitting. So you can just come and sit with us and enjoy the report launch that is planned for you next. Nobody's listening to me. We have the entire evening for networking over cocktails. Okay, I'm going to start now and I expect everybody to start moving. Which part of we will serve you or at your seats am I not clear with? Y'all are not listening nicely, so I'm just going to shut the counter. Huh? No food. Okay, last call for everybody to please join us in the front. We will serve you refreshments at your seats. And we have ample time for networking in the evening. It's literally dedicated to that. So please come in front and join us. Cool. So I'm going to quickly launch our second and last question. For for those of you who joined us later, these are questions from the survey that we conducted, the culmination of which you will see when we launch the official report. So let's have it displayed on the screen. You just have to scan the QR code, go on slido.com. That's your code. Let's take the question, and our next panel will take note of it and help us, address it. It's a key one, I must say. Yeah, okay. So what, according to you, are the top challenges for AI inclusion and adoption in marketing? AI is not effectively understood, still expensive to consider, not enough evidence to support benefit of AI, requires skill and training, or others, please specify. Can I see everybody's phones? Have we scanned it yet? Great. So we'll close it in a couple of seconds, yeah? Hope everybody is done okay. Let's see the results. Wow, that is a major... Yes, exactly. Wow. Great. So if our panelists are here with us, they should take note. We will try and address it. Let me also take this opportunity to quickly flash the one-stop QR code that we have on the screen. You can scan to follow us on our social media, give us your valuable feedback, download our reports. Again, a quick reminder, we have a lovely evening ahead of us. So please come sit, take your seats. Great. So next up, we have one of our most exciting segments for today, the grand unveil of the state of AI in marketing. The report is an industry effort that has helped us assess AI adoption, Gen AI readiness, resource availability, and risk assessment for optimal AI integration. So just as we flashed this question, I know all of us, have so much to wonder about, and those questions will be answered through our panel and the report launch. Right? So can I please have a huge round of applause for all our contributors, as I call them, upon stage. First and foremost, my team, the entire MMA team, including Rudra, Monica, Ranjana, Priyanka, Pooja, and Lloyd. Please join us on stage. Our active members from our AI advisory and contributors, Rajiv Dhingra, CEO and founder, Rebid, Ashish Perwani, partner, media and entertainment, EY, and our special contributor, Saloni Surti, founder, Punctuate Inc., to help us unveil the report. And can we please have the copies handed over to everyone on stage? Join us, please. Where are our panelists? Can someone help me get them? My team, at least MMA. Team MMA, come on stage. Set the precedent. Wow, you all are being quite tough today, I must say. Okay, our team is here. Ashish is here. Thank you. Saloni is here. Who else do we have? Rajiv, I can't see you. Is he outside? Rudra, you want to go grab him? What? Yeah. We need Rajiv here, please. We'll wait for him. Yeah, he's around. Yeah. Priyanka, Pooja, can we please have you on stage? Ranjana, join us. We'll launch it anyways, yeah. We should wait for Rudra, right? Okay, guess we'll have to proceed without Rajiv. It's okay, he'll be with us shortly. Okay, can we do the unveiling? Okay, so quickly take out your phones again and scan the QR code and download the report. Great, I hope we got some nice pictures. Monica, can I please request you to come back and share some key highlights from the report with us before we dive into our next panel?
Okay, sorry for being a little difficult on this one, but we were just trying to make sure things move on time and we get to enjoy the evening together. We promise to keep serving you on your table and wherever you're sitting. Nevertheless, a big congratulations to all of us. This is a collaborative effort. There are some of you who are a part of it in terms of helping us put it together. There are a lot of you out here who have responded to it or guided it, and therefore we have what we have. We think it's a very robust output, and you must take a look at it. The soft copy is now up, and you could scan the QR code to make sure you grab your copy and be the first few to consume it. So I'm going to quickly use the next 5 minutes to set context to this report, and I'd appreciate some silence, guys, because it would be very, very difficult for others to really hear. If we keep talking on the backside, can we please be soft, please? Humble request. Thank you very much. Okay, so here's a quick deep dive on what you will see in the survey. So as we all know, this is an era characterized by exponential technological advancement. The integration of artificial intelligence into marketing is a pivotal force driving ROI, innovation, and customer journey. As we navigate through this dynamic intersection of technology and marketing, understanding the evolving state of AI is primary. The State of AI in Marketing, the study that we've just released, provides a comprehensive view of how AI has become a heightened priority for marketers. In this inaugural report, our findings affirm that we are indeed at an inflection point in the AI-driven marketing landscape. And here are some of the key highlights on the screen for you to just chew upon, and some of them were identical to the polls you guys took. So 54% of marketers in India point to the understanding of AI as a challenge. According to the report, 69% of the respondents said that skill and training is also a top challenge for the inclusion of AI in marketing. And by the way, that's exactly what the poll also showed. So there clearly seems to be some validation out there. 39% of Indian organizations are in the process of developing strategies to address AI-related risks, whilst 85% marketers are experimenting with AI, but are at different stages, right from learning about it to sort of being low-key to moderate. However, remember that this is an output based on 100 plus responses we've received for the study. In sum, the survey showcases some key gap areas which require work to enable the adoption of AI at scale. And these gaps can be classified in 4 ways. One, effective understanding of AI is a gap. Availability of skill and training is another gap. Processes to mitigate risk is the third gap. and need for more use cases to be able to increase adoption and experiment at scale is the fourth gap, which the survey has shown. Whilst the state of AI study is a combination of understanding AI adoption as a whole and deep diving into Gen AI adoption. So, from a Gen AI standpoint, 70% of marketers report to be exploring with Gen AI applications, whether it be in the form of use cases or using the tools for various reasons ranging from content to analytics and so on and so forth. 72% of marketers are certain that Gen AI will enhance marketing capabilities without replacing human creativity and expertise. I hope that leaves more optimism. 72% marketers say that Gen AI will enhance capabilities without replacing human expertise. So, whilst the industry recognizes the potential of Gen AI, we do anticipate that more use cases need to be built for personalization, content, and customer experience. Whilst the initial evidence of AI and its value is positive, work is required to overcome technical and business challenges concerning the adoption of AI. Having said that, we at MMA Global India are committed to driving conversation around AI in marketing. The State of the AI in Marketing report is the beginning to learn and understand the challenges, the gaps, and work with the ecosystem to help bridge them. So come join hands with us to shape the future of AI in marketing and be a part of the collective goal to foster knowledge, build use cases, and to engage in effective problem solving that can help champion AI at scale in marketing. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Tanya to bring on our experts who are going to help us decode the study further. Back to you, Tanya.
Thank you, Monica. I hope that kind of leaves all of us, at least marketers in the room, with some optimism because we've been fearing the technology so much. Okay, so now let's decode this industry-wide survey and its key findings that can help us understand the state of adoption and key drivers for the AI narrative for us marketers. So can I please request our panelists to join us on stage and help us do that? Please welcome Aruna Balkrishna, Head Consumer and Employer Branding, Tata AI Life Insurance, Kunal Aman, Director and Head, Marketing and Communications, SAS India, Prashant Jain, MMA India Board Member, Senior Director Marketing, HP Inc., Neeraj Ruparel, Emerging Tech Lead, WPP and Group M India, and our moderator for this session, our very own, Monica Khurana, Country Head and Board Member, MMA Global India. Over to you, Monica.
Big clap for us.
Yes, for showing up.
Okay. Okay, so this is interesting, exciting, and I have the perfect group with me to do this. You must observe that we ensured that when we decode the report, we bring in a marketer perspective, a practitioner perspective, a perspective from an OEM standpoint, a perspective from a software standpoint, keeping in mind that they also represent their organizations as marketers themselves. So that's a great combination to have out here to discuss a very important study, which we think really sets the tone for 2024. You've already seen the study. We've discussed this amongst ourselves. And what we want to do is use some of the highlights to get a point of view from each of you, right? So there are some questions which I'd like all of you to participate in, and there's some which I'll address to some of you specifically. Okay, so let's start with the first one, which I'd like everyone to chip into. So I really like this data point, and there's merit in really helping us bring it alive. You know, we asked our respondents on what is the key challenge as to why AI adoption is limited at this point in time. And there was 54% of the respondents who said that they currently lack the right understanding on adoption of AI in marketing, and they probably haven't effectively understood it, right? So as as marketing professionals, as experts, are you facing a similar challenge whilst you're attempting to adopt AI? Is this also an issue at your various organizations that you represent? Maybe we can start with Prashant.
Yeah, sure, I can start. So, no, absolutely. I think, Monica, the data point, strikingly accurate. Yeah. So, every possibly 1 in 2 people or like partners, both internal and external, I meet, I see this sense. There's a clear distinction. There are people who are excited about it. They're making progress every week. They are adopting it in every single process they have. They are reevaluating current processes. And then there is, this almost opposite set, which is wishing it away. There are people saying that, okay, let me do the least possible, let me pay some lip service, and so on. Right. So there's, clearly this two sets of people, and some who are not still realizing the inevitability of adoption, and I think that's reflected in the study. Yeah, so very much the same experience.
Okay, fair enough. Neeraj, your take?
Pretty much aligned with the findings there, because I think the what do you call the skill to handle these platforms, that's remains a bigger worry with a lot of brands, especially when they see a lot of negative news in the market, like the record number of lawsuits which are being filed against platforms like Midjourney. So a lot of people are wary of using these platforms, or they are really wary of getting into a legal kind of a tussle. But there's where we chip in. We are basically trying to create guardrails or build platforms which are more legally compliant, or getting our clients to dwell with rights cleared content, as we call it, while we are building a lot of image gallery or experiences for marketing out there. So yeah, what the industry needs, or what our clients or marketers need, is constant skilling in this particular space, which is a lot of new platforms which are emerging by the day. And the choice of platform is super critical. How do you play in this space?
We'll come to that.
Super. So
We'll come to the skilling piece.
I'm with the findings of the study. In fact, I also picked up that particular the skilling point while I was picking up the survey there.
Interesting. So, Kunal, what's your take? Do you think lack of effective understanding is the challenge why adoption is low key?
So, it takes me back to when I was a junior marketer, and that's when social media, was really making inroads into corporate space, right? It had gained popularity amongst the masses, but then, corporates were just trying to understand what can they do and how can they gain. And I remember that, funnily enough, so I that at point in time, I was working with an organization which was really a slow mover into that space. And what happened then was I ended up presenting to the CEO and a bunch of board members. Why? Because there was not enough understanding in the broader marketing group about how do you present this, how do you kind of showcase the value of social media and being there, right? So in any sort of a change, right, that happens in our industry, what I've always seen is there is barriers like cultural change, right? So there's a cultural barrier for us to kind of get through. There is an awareness barrier, and there's an element to education. I think Neeraj just said, alluded to that. And then there are barriers like fear of the unknown, right? It's the oldest and possibly one of the most primal instincts that we have. And finally, the last point I had to say, would be, how does this talk back? How does AI talk back to the business objectives that you have? Is there a clear roadmap, right? And I think that's a minefield of its own, and we can cover that a little more. But I think those are the three most important barriers for AI to really get there. And I don't think we are there right.
Makes sense. Interesting point. What's your take, Aruna?
So I have had a completely different experience within my team. I mean, we started experimenting with AI, I think about 6 to 8 months ago. And I think the team was divided in two parts. So we had the youngsters who actually jumped at wanting to experiment with platforms, wanting to work with it, wanting to decode it and understand it. And obviously people like me who are of another generation, had our own views and thoughts about it. But it goes back to a thing which has been constant in the history of marketing for all time. When you have something new come up, there is always one set that wants to go ahead, experiment, and be the first mover in any case. And there are the others who will think about everything else that goes upside, downside, and because we follow a certain chain of thought. The best example that comes to mind is Kodak. I mean, Kodak owned the market on cameras for the longest time possible, and they possibly didn't see the digital camera coming. Although the story goes, there was one person who did see it coming, and nobody listened to him, and he went on to work with Apple, and the rest is history. So, in every organization, I think you will find there will be.
Sorry, any glitch there? You want us to stop for a minute? Yeah, just one sec. Just give us a couple of minutes, some tech glitch. Carry on.
So you will always have two sets of people, and honestly speaking, the generation of now, the younger marketers who are coming into the field, are a lot more enthusiastic about handling new technologies, working with them, and even if they don't understand, they're happy to decode. But as long as you have the oldies around, we'll still have questions about करना है नहीं करना है क्यों करना है मतलब why spoil the apple cart as it's going. So
that's a good point you're making. Basically, you're passing the buck back on leadership. That they got to kind of have it as a learning
let me
agenda.
put it this way, I'm passing the buck back at me because I am part of leadership.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, unless I move forward and understand my team, which is again coming back to what we did, we actually got the oldies to experience it first. So the fact is now the entire team is gung ho about it. So yeah, push the oldies out and push them to just.
How real an answer is that? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. So moving on to the next question, which I'm sure a lot of people here in the room also would be very curious to understand. And it's extremely coincidental that the data point here matched with the poll we just fired a while back. So our study says 69% of the respondents say that skill and training is the top challenge for inclusion of AI in marketing. So the question for Neeraj and for Kunal, I'd like both of you to take the lead and feel free to chip in, Prashant and Aruna. So the question to you guys is A, how important is skilling? And B, what are the kind of processes you think are key to have to ensure ongoing skilling for AI to be embraced to the extent it should be?
Yeah, should I go first, Kunal?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
So I think two-pronged approach is what we are taking. One is we are conducting massive roadshows. A lot of our global folks, even the legal folks, we have created a module which is about navigating generative AI from legal perspective. And that's pretty much opened up for all marketers across the planet, where our best legal counselors globally, they get into a call and they kind of form up the narrative in terms of what is the landscape looking like, which are the large language models available, what are the nuances around it. And they are pretty much coaching them, especially the legal folks out there, because even for them, it's a new vertical altogether. So there's one level of coaching which is getting driven from the legal front. And the second area of work which we're doing wonderfully well is we are beta testing a lot of these pilots out there with our clients. And that's something we've been historically doing as part of the creative tech practice at WPP, which is pretty much like trend spotting and trend shaping, as we call it. So there's a constant, what do you call, an ecosystem. And anything which is new requires a ecosystem which needs to be created and a small pilots which needs to be rolled out very carefully. And in this case, I think legal plays a super important role. And once we have these pilots in place, so we are activating generative AI pretty much in all three formats, which is text, voice, and video. You saw Google speak about the birthday platform, which is our creation. Or the platform which we are now creating, which is rendering text to video or getting cross-platforms to talk to each other. So I would love to play a use case.
How do you ensure skilling when you build these platforms? How are you ensuring internal skilling and skilling at the client?
So that's what I'm coming to. So when we do these small pilots with big brands and we showcase it up into our experience center, which then becomes open for all the clients to kind of follow. When they come in, we show them the platforms, the potential and nuances attached to the platform, what all is possible as on date, and that kind of helps us skill these guys. So as we speak, we've got about 50 top clients across markets who've been visiting our experience center. And the target is about hosting about 200 odd clients and then going for the ultimate scale on these platforms, I would say. So one is legal counseling. The other one is a lot of show and tell.
Makes
An
sense.
actual experience center where they get to play with the platforms.
Understood.
Rather than it remains in a presentation somewhere.
Got it. Got it. Kunal, your take?
I was just before the pandemic, right? I was reading up a report by OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And I remember that even before AI, I mean, before the advent of generative AI, they mentioned that 14% of jobs across the world are possibly going to get completely automated. And another 32% are going to be completely transformed, right? So that's a bit of a sobering thought if you take it in that spirit, right? So what's happening today, and they, by the way, this was before generative AI, before the digital transformation that COVID really catalyzed it, right? So what's happening today is there's a big change in the way organizations are looking at skilling, and that's become a focus across the industry. So there's a lot of focus on upskilling at the moment, considering that again HBR, I would quote to HBR, they recently came up with a report which said that the half-life of skills today is 5 years, right? And furthermore, in tech, it's 2.5 years. Now, what that means is that while organizations are on that journey of upskilling, right? Might just work in the short term, but I have a very strong feeling that we would need complete reskilling as we kind of really go forward, right? And that's the conversation that we are having with our clients as to how do you kind of reskill, because the future, the sort of jobs that we might have today may not be the ones that we do in the future, right? So and we're kind of talking about that a lot with not just our clients, but also we're working very closely with a Ministry of Electronics and IT at the union as well as at the state levels. Our ethical AI head happens to be on the National AI Council, advising President Biden and his committee. So point is, I think, and skill, by the way, is the number one challenge that is on the government's agenda. So and that's going to come up very, very often. So
Fantastic. I think you nailed it there, because what we're basically saying is we're not talking about skilling, we're talking about reskilling, right? We have to start from scratch. So we have to do reskilling, and the worry should be, will we lose jobs to AI? No. Will we lose jobs to human beings who are skilled with AI? Yes. So I think that's what Kunal alluded to, and that totally helps. Thank you so much. Okay, now there's another very interesting concern area which sort of comes in the way of adopting AI, in a very active way. And which is risk management, right? Risk management is an area of concern, because like Neeraj pointed out, again, there is no formal training on how do you handle, like at one point in time, we used to talk about how do you handle things like ORM, online reputation management, and all those trolls that came brands ways, and we cracked it with a lot of trial and error. Now is another one which is about AI risk management, right? Where the study says 72% see data privacy as a primary risk whilst considering Gen AI adoption, right? So if that is the number we are talking about, then what is the approach to build processes around risk management, and how are you all attempting doing so? Maybe Prashant, we'll start with you, and Aruna, you can then take over.
Sure. So, so two parts to my answer, right? See, firstly, I think start with core organizational values, yeah, and ask yourselves: does your organization and everybody kind of working there is clear about those values? So in our case, in the case of HP, when we started off the 40 odd projects on AI globally, we said, hey, do we first need an AI governance framework? And we realized that most of the issues can actually be addressed by our existing values framework, because we have a very strong existing values framework. doing good for people, for partners, for the planet, if those values are so steeped in your organization, I think you will get a lot more confidence of going ahead, and therefore anything intentionally will not go wrong. Yeah. And then there's the second piece of saying, what is my AI governance framework which will help me ward off things which can unintentionally go wrong? People will make mistakes, right, when they are adopting new technology. And that's where AI governance can possibly play a big role. So I think existing frameworks, and I mean, every organization who is a GDPR signatory is handling customer data today has a data privacy framework. If you are in the internet, world, then you have a cybersecurity framework. And I think those fundamentals, and they need to be the pillars of what your governance framework stands on. Yeah.
Makes sense. And Aruna, what do you have to say?
So I'll just add to that, while every organization does have a DNA and a framework that they follow, where possibly things can fall through the cracks is when functions don't talk to each other, right? When you have your legal, you have your digital, you have your marketing, you have your PR, and you have every other function working in silos. They understand the framework, yes. They imbibe the DNA, yes. But what happens is if all of these are not talking to each other, somebody makes a mistake, you don't know about it. And it's not just internal, it also has to extend to all the agencies that we work with, right? So if we say, for example, we're working with Group M, and we're learning from them and they're learning from us, it should be an open, transparent network where, while the data is obviously sacrosanct, the learnings should be easily available to everybody. So cross-functional compatibility on the existing frameworks, and cross-agency compatibility on existing frameworks. I think that is what will help us keep data private and mitigate any risk that may come through.
That's actually a very, very realistic way of putting it, and I really appreciate both of you gave a very realistic point of view, because I don't think we can shy away from embracing it, because AI is the good scary platform which is here to stay. You like it or not, so might as well be open to take risks, but do the basics right, like Prashant and Aruna you just shared. Okay, so now that we've set a general tone to AI, let's move to Gen AI. Yeah, of course, Gen AI is like galloping way faster than any other form of AI at this point in time, right? In fact, our study shows 85% of marketers are exploring some or the other Gen AI application. Now, that's a big number, right? So basically, there is therefore a need to be able to create more and more use cases which can help improve adoption, because all of them are at different life stages when it comes to using Gen AI, right? So would you probably, and Neeraj, I'll start with you, and then we can get Aruna and Prashant also to chip in. Would you be able to share some use cases from your organization on Gen AI adoption?
All right. So like I mentioned, it's pretty much firing up for us globally on all three formats, which is text, voice, and video. I think their brands are owning up certain moments. So like the birthday moment is being owned by Mondelez in that sense, right? So we went a step ahead and we were doing a lot of pilots out there, toiling around with a lot of these platforms. And we said, why can't we mash a couple of platforms and then create an experience on a platform which is closer to consumer? So look at WhatsApp in India. If you see smartphone about 600, 650 million, WhatsApp sits at 580 million. If you were to plug in cross-platform and create an experience for a consumer on WhatsApp, that's going to be mind-blowing. So that's one use case is what we are chasing, wherein we were looking at mashing multiple platforms and creating a wow experience for the consumers out there with multiple Gen AI platforms which are working in the scenes background. So for example, we did something for Britannia, which is on WhatsApp. So you can go there, and while the World Cup series was on, you can ask Ravi Shastri any cricket-related questions. So while you punch in a question on WhatsApp, the query goes to ChatGPT. And mind you, on either sides, we are putting in a profanity layer. So even on the input as well as the output. So when the query goes to ChatGPT, it renders a response. If the profanity, it goes through the profanity layer. It renders a response which then goes to an AI avatar of Ravi Shastri we created. And then we render text to video. So for a consumer, it's pretty much seamless when you ask a question over WhatsApp, and now you have India's ex-coach giving you a cricketing advice, and that too on the World Cup season. So let's just play that AV Ranjana. They'll get a fair sense in terms of what am I talking about. Where it's going to play. It's right behind us. Okay.
boss in a croaky voice and tell them you're feeling under the weather.
Right, got it. 20 seconds. That's about it. So it also goes with the brand thematic, which is all about Golmaal, right? The product proposition. So whatever you ask him, we actually engineered AI with some rock solid prompt engineering to give a Golmaal answer, which is a quirky point of view, which is not the right point of view, but something really quirky. And that's, mind you, that's very tough. So these are the kind of use cases which are picking up globally. One of my personal favorites is what AKQA did with Serena Williams, where they got the digital twin of Serena Williams, 17 years, Serena Williams playing against 35-year-old.
Right.
This was the Nike one, if you followed that. Or those letters which those warriors had written in the past in World War II. There was a AI engineered platform which was created to convert those texts into images on what state they were in when they wrote those letters to their families, right? That's again a classic example. Or the outpainting work which was being done Nestle globally. So tons of work, tons of inspirational work. And as I keep saying, there is a scary side of AI, but it has real power to make a difference in terms of creating really positive campaigns which can create positive impact. Like for example, we are working on a use case wherein we are creating something for people who cannot see, but they can talk. So using the power of AI, they can just paint something through their words.
Right.
And then we will get a paint brand to kind of own up those platforms and sell those piece of arts and give that money back to the fraternity.
Makes sense. Interesting. Prashant, you guys have been doing some interesting work in AI as well. Would you like to share, sort of throw some light?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so many, but so let me pick up one which is critical, or let's say unique to our category. So PCs and printers, services, particularly commercial services, highly researched category, right? So typically a customer spends 2 to 4 weeks researching, understanding, or translating her use case into deciding what product to buy. And therefore, every customer asks unique questions, right? So we sell about 1 million units a month, but we get about 10 million queries like a day. Okay, that's the kind of scale, because everyone's asking like 20 things about, oh, will this work for me? Because once you buy a device, you're stuck with it for 3 years, right? So you really want to be sure. And therefore, what we're doing is that we're just scraping the internet, going around looking for what are people asking, and we're dynamically generating content which answers those questions. Right? So whether it's a Quora or a YouTube or a forum, we just don't wait for a customer to call up my customer care. I know that she's asking that question somewhere, and we generate AI ML generated videos or just text content blogs which specifically answer those questions, and therefore just improve viability of your product. So that's just one. Otherwise, lots of examples in discoverability of the brand, and then in memorability, I think is where we want to do more. I think, for example, Neeraj, very memorable activation. So I think something like that we would want to do. And then there's the community aspect of it, right? There are communities emerging across the internet on special interests, like for learning or teaching a 3-year-old how to write her first letters, right? So those are the kind of stuff we are trying to solve through GenAI.
Very interesting. I'm going to take one last question, and Aruna, you could take the lead here, and Kunal, please chime in once we hear from Aruna. Basically, now that we know there is potential, and we know it is the way forward, what do you think are the measures or the methods which can really help, increase the potential of adopting AI at scale, and what do we as an industry need to do to be able to encourage more and more adoption?
The first thing about increasing adoption of AI is, as I said, you come back to the earlier question. There needs to be a lot more back and forth or ideation or brainstorming between marketers, their agencies, their teams, even into legal, digital, include your entire organization into first having a conversation on where all can you use AI, right? It need not just be a marketing thing, but through marketing you can go through multiple other places. So, for example, with life insurance, we probably be as boring a sector as you can make it out to be. And for us, the biggest thing is how do I engage the consumer from the time he walks into my portal to the time he, has to file his premium or get his claim. Is that my own? Is that a marketing journey only? No, it's a journey that has multiple parts, but that experience has to be the same all through. Now, if while I get you in, the company saying, look at AI, this is how you can do, very nice, great social media, great, creators. What happens after? Right? The adoption of AI in any organization, especially which is not as FMCG focused as, or a sector as dry as BFSI, will always need a lot of other adoptions to take place for a consumer to be having that same experience also. That will lead to business, that will lead to further adoption, that will lead to further collaboration, and that will lead to, a whole lot more conversations around the subject.
That makes sense. And Kunal, what would you say?
I think, this is a collaborative effort, and everyone is a stakeholder here, right? So you've got three things I think super important. One is how can the community come together to raise the level of awareness. Right? It goes back to the first data point that we saw, the level of awareness of AI and understanding of AI in the industry, right?
Correct.
And we are all on different maturity curves there. So there's a need for us to come together and, for example, come up with something like the state of AI report, so that it kind of informs the leaders out there. There's a very great data point out there in the report which said that there are around 32% of the influence of driving the charter of AI goes back to the CEO, right? So how do you kind of come together to inform the leaders to make choices, right? Second is, I think, the collaborative effort. I think again, I'll refer to that, so I won't expand on it. But the last piece is the ethical guidelines. Again, there's a lot of, it's a minefield, right? And that's also stopping decision making, right? So what's happening is there's a fear of the unknown, there's insecurity which stems from that, and then there's a legal minefield, there's financial risks, reputational risks, there is technological risks, lack of skills. So there's a lot to deal with, right? So decision making and of things like Gen AI in the corporate boardroom is not an easy battle to fight. So I think that again needs a community to come together to define an ethical guideline, right? And what that looks like, what are the basic foundations that we need to consider, right? Fairness, equitability, accountability, transparency, trust, because there's a very big deficit of trust at the moment, right? And I think that's the real key.
Makes sense. So basically what we're saying is...
Kunal is saying, come to my experience center. More show and tell.
Yeah, so basically what we're saying is let's shed the inhibition. Let's try and create stories which we can tell more and more of our industry folks to be able to adopt and be inspired. And of course, let's make a conscious and collaborative effort together to learn from each other. And I think that's where the needle will move. I think this report has really come alive with all the perspectives all of you have shared. I know time is up, but if I can do one last question, which will answer in one word. Okay? Yes, one word. And so let's give this a shot. Future of AI in data. Future of AI in data marketing. One word to tell us.
Thank you.
I think indispensable is the
Fantastic. I like it. Neeraj, future of AI in data marketing.
I think creativity.
Okay.
That's super critical.
Okay.
What will you create? Is that AI can create those ripples in the industry.
Okay.
Communication, creative thought.
Well,
One word, creativity.
I think endless possibilities.
Okay. Aruna?
Inevitable.
Sorry?
Inevitable. It's just a matter of time.
Well, that's well said. And thank you so much. Appreciate your participation. I'd like all of you to get a copy of the report and do a photo op with us, please.
All of you, please. But this lady's been really trying hard. Please come forward if you can.
Thank you. That was truly, I think, some practical insights and use cases that we all needed. And it's all a culmination of the survey and the reports. So thank you so much for actually cracking the code to leverage AI effectively in our marketing strategies. And I hope it helped our audiences who is still at the back and still not coming forward. I wonder why. We are serving you everything. As you can see, the staff is going around serving you. Please come join us in the front. Okay. Can we quickly have the QR code for downloading the report? Everyone can just quickly, easily access it. Show of hands for who thinks the cover is just really good. Great. Okay. Can we also have our social media and feedback QR codes now for those of us who aren't following us already? And please give us your valuable feedback so we can make our events better for you each time. Okay, so once again, I'd like to give a big shout out to our co-powering partner, Google and WebEngage. A big thanks to our media partners at Gully and Media News for You, marketing partners Zoom Media, support partners Walk and Punctuate, event partner Tantra, and community partner Social Samosa. I have another big unveil, so should we wait? Okay, we'll wait 5 minutes. Audience, this is our second last session. Can we please have you guys in front? For those of you who didn't get a chance to see the agenda, we're soft launching a podcast in our next session, and it's an intriguing one. Okay, so we have something incredibly exciting to share with you. Are you ready for the big reveal? But before I do that, let me call Monica on stage to set the tone alongside me.
can we, okay, you guys be where you are. I hope you can lend us your ears because this needs only the ears given that it's a podcast launch. So only your ears, your eyes can stay where they have to. Let's start. Okay, great. So what are we doing today, Monica? So today we're releasing a podcast which is for pro marketers to future-proof them and rather to save their jobs. So they better be aware that we're coming up with something which can save their jobs.
That's right. It's the Smart Marketers Go-To podcast, all about decoding the complex landscape of marketing. We'll be exploring key themes that drive the narrative for the day and age, ranging from AI, Gen AI, unified commerce, omni-channel techniques, data-first approaches, and much more. It is basically your destination for everything shaping the future of marketing.
Sure. So the property is being launched in collaboration with IBM, and we are super excited to partner with IBM yet another time to do the most leading conversations in 2024. And the first series that we do is going to be on AI, which is being powered by EY, and we'd like to have EY and IBM on stage with us to do the launch.
Yes.
It's just a soft launch.
Great. So I'm just going to call out our partners, right? So we have Amit Doshi, who's the head of IVM Podcast Pratilipi, an active partner with us. And we have Ashish Febani, partner media and entertainment EY. And we have Tejas Bakre, partner data and analytics, technology consulting EY. And our very own Lloyd Pereira, director strategic alliances and programming at MMA Global India. So let's empower marketers one episode at a time. Let's unveil the name of the IP and the context of the first curated series. Lloyd, you want to take?
Without any further ado, I'd like to now unveil the name, and here goes the name. Well, the name, I suppose, says it all, but nonetheless, let me give you some context to it. So, it's a combination, amalgamation of a smart marketer, marketing, and tech. So, we are really looking forward to this, and I hope all those listeners out there so are looking forward to this. Tanya, you'd like to take it?
So I just, want to hear a few words on the IP, starting with Monica. Okay. So Ashish, how about you share with us how you feel about this marketing pod and how it can empower marketers?
So I think the idea started over a cup of chai in my office with Monica, and then we took it forward from there. The idea was that, we'd been doing some research on AI, and we put together a list of bunch of use cases. And when we actually sorted it down to where the most here and now use cases were, surprise, surprise, it was in marketing more than any other function. And therefore, the idea came from there. And we are planning over the few episodes that we are going to launch now to highlight some of the key use cases, again, from a here and now perspective, that can be readily implemented. And then we'll take that forward with, of course, the way Teja spoke earlier, by putting in all the right guardrails to make sure that they get done in the right manner. So looking forward to this collaboration.
Awesome. Thank you. Amit, from IVM, please share something on the thought behind the podcast because you were so actively involved.
Well, it's a subject which I think has tremendous amount of interest to a large number of people. It is something which we don't know that much about. It's one of those subjects which everybody thinks they know about, but nobody actually knows anything about. And I think podcasts are uniquely suited to, give some light on those kinds of subjects. And so couldn't be more excited to be participating in this.
That's great. Awesome. So let's give Tejas 10 minutes now, to just kind of share with us some interesting use cases on how marketers are harnessing AI, and that will kind of help us understand why we came up with this podcast in the first place. But can we please have a huge round of applause? This is the soft launch, and I don't know about you, I'm a creative content person. I love the name Smarketing Pod. I think this is setting the tone for really what's to come in 2024. Over to you, Tejas.
Thank you. I think I really like the name, Marketing. I wonder, I've never heard this before. It seems to be such a great match when you combine the two names, two words. But surprisingly, I'm hearing this for the first time, so that's great. Can I have the presentation, please? So I think what I want to talk today is about Gen AI and essentially how Gen AI is transforming the marketing. Okay. So essentially how Gen AI is treated as a strategic pillar now, especially in the marketing organization, right? And just like all of you, even I am a newbie in the Gen AI space. To be honest, it's been around for some time. All of the sectors and all of the industries, all of the departments are still grappling around with the concept of what Gen AI can provide and what it cannot. So I would like to spend a few minutes very quickly and briefly talking about how it makes an impact from a marketing organization perspective. So if you look at the C-suite agenda, we at EY get a lot of questions from multiple frontiers, right? From multiple areas, from the C-suite guys. In terms of the CEOs are asking, how can Gen AI align my company goals? What does it mean for me? How can I reduce my costs? The CMOs are asking how generative AI can help organization enhance customer engagement. The CTOs are saying how can we integrate Gen AI with the overall strategies of technology and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of questions. For some folks who don't have a full handle and don't grapple with the idea of Gen AI, it seems to be like a magic wand which will come and do certain things. But just to set the clarity, Gen AI, as per my view, is based on LLM, as you already know. AI has been around for the last 10 years, and Gen AI is a recent entrant and it actually enhances the LLM modeling to a very high degree. What that means is it gives artificial intelligence the ability to actually comprehend billions of parameters and come out with what we call as predictive text or a content. And the content can be graphical, it can be a textual content or a video content or whatever, right? So that's how the Gen AI is working. But when you want to use it in practical purposes, it starts getting tricky. So Gen AI definitely is not a predictor. It doesn't predict or tell you the future. It can give a certain guidance along with it, but it doesn't tell the prediction. So it's not a predictive analytics kind of replacement. It does certain specific things. It tells you what has happened and why it has happened. That's the area which we call as descriptive analytics that Gen AI can handle. Now, if you look at where do you start? Where do you really start in your organization with the Gen AI journey, right? You first have to start by defining what is going to be the purpose of Gen AI in your organization, which business units you will take, what are your priorities for that, why, just like any other AI program and not specific to AI, what is the success criteria? So before embarking on a Gen AI journey, you should be clear on the strategy, you should be clear on the business use case, and the most important thing is the data and tech architecture. I think this is an area where I feel Gen AI's ability to run the LLM models on large data sets will only be true when you have data in the right fashion. See, if you don't have the right data, for example, just like humans, if you read the wrong data or a wrong article or a wrong paper or fake news, we are going to say what it is, right? And we believe in it. That's the same AI will also work. Gen AI works. So you will have to make sure that you get the right data in picture to go through this. Risk, governance. I think a lot of stuff was spoken about training, on the skills training, how to use Gen AI. If you have heard the term prompt engineering, Gen AI works on what we call as prompt engineering, which is essentially you will have to give very specific, calibrated instructions to Gen AI what it is supposed to do. If you don't give those instructions, it will not be able to give you the right response, right? So training to use Gen AI so that it can be adopted, you're able to use it very effectively is itself going to be a key skill of the future. Now, the second step that I spoke about was business use cases. If you look at it, there are various ways in which you can build business use case. And you'll have to understand that when you're going to talk in your organizations, if you're going to talk to your CMO, You'll have to talk on what is the quick wins that GenAI will give me. What are the use cases that GenAI is going to set the things forward. And again, this is essentially pretty similar to any other AI use case. It's not very specific to, let's say, GenAI. So what are the value drivers? Is it about revenue growth? Is it about consumer experience? Is it about speed to value? What exactly is GenAI going to do? For example, if you are going to use GenAI to develop a content for or a market research paper based on certain website feeds, is it going to be faster and cheaper than what it is happening today? Is it going to be more accurate? That is the kind of questions you will have to answer and see how to put that in use, right? And what are the risks around it? Is it there are going to be privacy risks because you're going to use data, probably internal data, data shared from other organizations? Are there any privacy risks, copyright risks, and so on, right? Because GenAI will not know whether a particular data that you have given to it is actually copyrighted or has infringement rights on it and so on. So it will take what it is, what you provided to him. So understanding all these nuances, you will have to define the business use case and the roadmap of the GenAI journey. Now, if you deep dive this into a marketing related areas, what we find is, so there are large number of opportunities across the marketing and sales value chain, which I want to dwell a bit on. And we are doing a bit of this at EY. At EY, we have built a tool, a GenAI tool called as Dragonfly. So that's our name for it. And what Dragonfly does is essentially it helps you use GenAI more effectively. So I was talking about prompt engineering, right? So let's say I am an HR person who is supposed to scan a whole lot of documents and present to my management what kind of skills are there available in the market and what's the breadth of skills that you have got from a candidate's perspective, right? So I'm an HR persona, and if I'm going to scan those CVs that have come to me, I'm taking a simpler use case probably to understand it's not a marketing use case, I'm aware. So if you're going to use that to scan all the CVs and then answer questions related to who has what skills, what is the number of experience, what is the geographical location of most of the candidates, and so on and so forth. If you're going to use it to that effect, and if you're going to make sure that results that you get out, the Dragonfly is efficiently able to do it because you'll have to give specific prompts. You'll have to ask specific questions. You'll have to make sure that you have the right persona defined because that's what GenAI will interpret for you. So from a marketing perspective, what we can say is that what we are seeing being explored in the market today with a lot of other companies is it's used for market research. So generating insights related to competition, you can feed a lot of data into it, as I said, and then it can give you insights into it. At one particular place, what we are trying to do is we are trying to upload all the campaign data, which means the cost of the campaign, and also the data that is related to the campaign effectiveness, which means how many new customers were acquired in that particular period, and so on and so forth. And based on that, it's able to give us some sort of a profitability of the campaign or the effectiveness on the campaign in a much better fashion. So that's one, product profitability. Customer segmentation. In one of the sessions, I spoke about customer segmentation. Customer segmentation continues to be a very specific area in terms of your ability to understand your consumers and your customers, right? We have seen that a lot of micro segmentation is done. For one of the banks that we are talking to, they have almost 6 or 8,000 parameters defined for a particular customer group. So the demographics are split into 8,000 fields. And what we are talking to them is how to further do a micro segmentation. And I touched upon that in the previous session. So the micro segmentation would lead to more deeper analysis and nuances of the client. And it includes certain emotional attributes also, which are not just physical attributes, but emotional attributes of the person. And when you have such a huge amount of data and you want to analyze it and analyze each customer, GenAI is a great case study for doing that. Product development, marketing collaterals, your ability to generate different collaterals, You just give it certain content. You say that I want to create a marketing collateral for my brand, which is having this vision, this mission, these product features, and it will automatically generate a beautiful content for you. For prospecting and sales, this is a relationship manager copilot. So I'm talking this from a banking perspective. KYC authentication, chatbots. So these are different types of use cases. Last but not least is the hyper-personalized offer. And the hyper-personalization comes from customer segmentation as a starting point, right? So how are you able to segment your customers and provide them specific offers is what I think Gen AI will definitely get into, because it talks about unstructured, its ability to get unstructured data into its fold is enormous. So unstructured data coming from Twitter feeds, Facebook feeds, coming from various social media channels is humongous. Last but not least, I think the marketing journey will definitely benefit from AI. Content creation, journey orchestration. You can have experience management. You would know Gen AI. You can ask specific questions to Gen AI and make sure that you get automated, personalized feeds or content that can be fed to customer engagement channels. Last but not least, I would like to end that Gen AI is an evolving field. If you want to be good marketers for the future, you would have to ride this horse, and you would have to make sure that what are the specific use cases you would like to take forward in your organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Tejas. Again, thank you, Ashish and Amit and Monica. I think it was a successful launch. And this collaboration, it's evident that it's sure to offer conversations which are relevant to shaping the future of marketing, which right now is being steered with the AI narrative. So we will communicate with you on when we drop our first episode. And how about we quickly have our all-in-one QR code flash on the screen. And I would like to take a moment for everybody to just scan it and leave their feedback on which kind of topics do you want us to cover. Do you have any topics, speakers, what would you want to learn and understand better in the realm of AI in marketing? And feed it in, and definitely we will go by the audience, what they have to say, and take up our first episode. Yes. Okay, so we have a little bit of a swap. We have our next session called The Measurement to Power AI by Swapnil Sinha, Head of Growth and Transformation, Google India. Swapnil, please join us on stage. Awesome. You need a handheld? You're good with this. Okay, I'll just get you one.
Am I audible here? Yes, I can clearly see there are lots of people back there and waiting for the drinks to open up. So I'm clearly standing in between them and the drinks. I hopefully can end this soon. Well, just by way of introduction, my name is Swapnil. I lead the growth and transformation team here at Google. Essentially what that team does and what we do, what our mission is, mostly about providing data insights to all the largest businesses in India on just helping them run their marketing more efficiently. But before I get started, what caught my attention actually was in the report that just got launched was that 68% or 65% of the marketers today feel that they haven't really dabbled enough with AI in their marketing. Well, I have a news for you. If you have been using digital, if you have been using Google marketing in any way, then you have been using AI for a long time. For about 6 to 7 years already. Yeah, so I just thought I'll just mention that because that's important to know. The difference though being is now AI is in the hands of people a lot more. Earlier it was behind the tools. Yeah, so you heard Priya, my colleague, earlier speak about AI and how important it is, such a shift it is. The fact that today it's actually a more profound moment than even what the whole mobile revolution and proliferation was back in the day, or even the invention of internet. And I strongly believe that. I feel that this is literally giving a lot more power. And how fast it is coming along is clearly visible by the fact, if you look at mobile revolution, mobile, just 5 years back, the content consumption habit, or 7 years back, was about a family sitting together in a room and watching TV, right? Now, how many of us here now sit together and watch TV with our family, just by raise of hands, show of hands? I don't see any hands up here, maybe one or two, right? Oh, there are some at the back. Yeah, it'll be good if you guys can come to the front. But the point here is, that's how fast this revolution is moving. And we are saying mobile, there's actually a more profound revolution than the mobile revolution, which is the AI revolution. The fact that it is in our hands today and available to each one of us to do our own stuff with it, it's just so profound, right? So what I'll do is, I'll just speak about different part of AI today. I think we have dwelt with mostly how AI can help with running measurement and data better. I will go the other way. I'll say to run AI effectively, you first need to put your data in place. So let's talk about that for the next 10, 15 minutes. Yeah? Yeah, so clearly consumers are really changing, right? We are seeing that evolution that's happening over the last 7, 8, 10, 15 years, and it has definitely accelerated. The fact that today, from the time when I as a consumer think of an idea of something that I want to buy, to actually buying it, is happening in a matter of hours, if not minutes. Was that the case earlier? No. It took days, right? It took days for this thing to happen. It was a lot of research. So the traditional marketing life cycle, or the purchase cycle, so to say, has completely been shattered, right? And so all the principles of marketing are changing too. On the other hand, there is definitely, and this was discussed, of course, across the different panels, about privacy, about compliance, and how important it is for us to be sensitive about the privacy of users and consumers. That is definitely another piece which is playing out. And the third piece, really, in my mind, is we as the marketer, who kind of are at the center of this entire thing. Our job is to be confident in the marketing that we are running, right? The reality is that we want to run it confidently, but with all that's happening behind the scenes, the fact that we have lesser data at our disposal now than what we had just 4 years back, or in fact 2 years back, the fact that next year, Chrome, which is one of the biggest browsers, so to say, right? I mean, the fact that large chunk of the internet on the browser gets consumed through Chrome is going to do away with third-party cookies, right? So those identifiers, customer identifiers, which were historically running marketing, won't exist next year anymore, right? That means a lot. That just means there is just so much lesser data that we will have at our disposal as a marketer. And what do we do then? And that's when I say confidence here, that's what I mean. We as marketers, how confident are we of running our marketing next year with all that going away, right? And that's where, in my mind, the power of data and analytics as an input to AI becomes critical. And that's what I'm going to dwell upon. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. So if we are deliberate about our inputs that are going into the AI tools, then we can control the outputs. And the outputs will literally drive a lot of business value for us. So being deliberate about inputs is the point. And I'll just state this with another example. Let's say you are in, somewhere uptown New York, and you have to go to Manhattan. You would most likely use Google Maps to navigate your way around, right? Now, when you think about navigating your way around, how does Google Map give you the most personalized recommendation possible. And think of it, this has been there for a long time and has been giving very personalized information to each user who's seeking that basis their context. It gives you the same sort of information or equally valuable information if you are in New York versus if you are in New Delhi at the same time for your context. So there are lots of different things that the Google Maps is capturing as inputs and then surfacing to you things which are relevant to you. Whether or not, what's the speed limit if let's say it gives you sort of a recommendation or the path to take to get to Manhattan, it will look at data points like what is the speed limit, what are the toll plazas maybe on the way, what are the different traffic conditions around. All these things are going as input data points to Google Maps. And only when these data points are accurate does it give you good information. How many of you here in India have struggled with Google Maps in low data areas where it starts to give you clunky sort of, right? The experience doesn't stay as good. Now what's happening there? The input data points are going for a toss. And hence, despite being the most sophisticated AI platform, it still doesn't give you what you're looking for. What's broken here? Inputs of data, right? Your marketing is no different. What I'm saying is, then when you run your marketing, on AI, focus on the input data, because that's very, very critical. We call it garbage in, garbage out, right? No matter how good an AI platform there is in the middle. Yeah, so essentially the point is this. If you have a solid measurement in place, a solid platform which is capturing all the data points that you need, whether it's the consumer data, whether it's a campaign data, all the different things, whether it's a creative itself, the audiences, all those things that you've heard of from digital marketers, if all those things are solidly in place and are being captured correctly and accurately, and then apply AI on top, you definitely get better business results. And that's what the point is. Now, just how many of you are here would know, just by guess, a number, companies that actually focus on top of the end measurement and data, what is the kind of impact it has on their bottom line? Any numbers, percentage-wise? The impact of solid measurement on bottom line of a business. You can call out any number, percentage. How much improved the bottom line would be? 25% better gross margins. That's what a study with BCG that we conducted some time back, very recently actually, talks about. So if you have a good data and measurement strategy in place, that's the kind of improvement in business metric that you're looking at. Now the question really, so far I've been probably preaching to the choir. Everybody here believes in AI, it seems optimistic about AI. So then what's the point? The question is, what should we be doing? That's a question you would be asking me. So I'll give you a simple 3-stage framework, right? Essentially, we are talking about capturing the right data signals. Second, assign values. And third is optimize results. And I'll just briefly talk upon each of these and also talk about certain companies who have actually deployed these. When you talk about capturing signals, you're talking about being sensitive to the privacy of our users and consumers and capturing it in a privacy safe way, as that's what we call it at Google. Capture data in a privacy safe way. Second, assigning values. Now this is critical. This is where we are talking about put a number behind each data point that you're capturing. If a consumer is coming on your website and doing 10 or 15 different things on the site, how much each of those actions are of value to you as a business? If somebody comes, if it's a lead gen website, somebody comes and dabbles with a calculator for insurance, how much is of value for you? Start putting some values to consumer actions. That's what we mean when we say assign values. And the third really is optimize results. This is where all the magic happens behind the scene with AI. I will showcase just 3 customer examples. That should hopefully be it from my session, and that should hopefully be the time for us to get to the drinks. Max Life. We all know this brand, right? What they did was they actually figured that third party, they actually definitely are ahead of the curve. A lot of the finance customers that I work with personally, what they figured was that given the third party cookies are going away, they need to figure out a way to ensure more data is retained than lost. So what they did, they used a product at Google, it's called enhanced conversions, which essentially is just a way to capture more conversion data. Conversion could be a lead generation, conversion could be an e-commerce transaction, it could be anything. But essentially what they did is they said that we want to use this product. By the way, as Google, we came out with this last year. It's called enhanced conversion. It's a great way for us to, in a privacy safe way, capture a lot more conversion data points, especially in light of third-party cookies going away. They were one of the first ones to deploy this, and they saw benefits of this, right? 6% increase in sales attributed to Google search, and 2.5% increase in sales attributed to video, YouTube ads. So essentially, what you can clearly see is there are some business metrics which were impacted by just doing better measurement. That's it. The AI stays the same. The AI platform is the same. It's just the fact that you're pushing more data into the system to allow you to give you better business outcomes. Moving on. Simply Learn. Yeah, I mean, I guess everybody knows this edtech player, right? They, again, digital native, so to say, if I may call it, not the traditional company. So obviously, they will be ahead of the curve when it comes to usage of technology and platforms. They actually assigned values to each of their conversion actions. They started creating these cohorts. They started importing data from their CRM system, which was Salesforce, integrated it into Google Ad systems, which is, just think of Google Ad systems right now as AI. When I say synonymous to AI, right? So they started importing a lot of the CRM data, first-party data into Google Ads and started putting value to it. Each lead that gets generated was assigned a value. Think of it, if you are an insurance player, each lead will have a different value. It depends on what the user is seeking. What's the value of the insurance that they're seeking? What is the age category they are in, right? I mean, all those things play out when the underwriter writes an insurance, right? So the point is, when you start looking at all this, they did this as Simply Learn. They started integrating a lot of this first-party data into Google Ads and assigned values to it. They saw 9% lower cost per lead and 21% higher ROAS. So what you can clearly see, this is linking straight away to business outcomes. I wouldn't even call it marketing outcomes. I'd actually go all the way to say it's business outcomes, because the higher the ROAS you are able to generate, the better profitability and the health of the businesses, right? So that's what these guys did. And the last example, again, Maruti. All of us know the brand. Maruti actually has been on a multi-year journey on digitization, so to say. Some people call it digitalization. We call it, at Google, proudly we call it digitization without an L. But essentially what it is over the last 4 years, they were actually digitizing their dealership network. So they invested big time to ensure that their dealer network is included in their whole digital evolution that the company was investing in. But they also realized that despite that, there was a significant better marketing performance to be had. So they started investing in a Google product called Customer Match. They started deploying that product. Essentially, what is Customer Match? It again uses AI in the backend. but I'll just tell you what it is. It is something as simple as creating audiences automatically on the basis of your first-party data. So those who run marketing campaigns would understand that, right? So it's almost like I am giving AI all the signals of who are my converting users, and I want my Google AI platform to give me more such, whom I can target, right? And that's what customer matches. And this is the kind of output they saw. Well, 46% improvement in conversion rate or cost per lead is still okay. But look at the other number, 4x improvement in conversion rate. It's not 4%, it's not 40%, it is 4x, right? So what you start to see is that when you're adding first-party data into your campaigns and start plugging the campaigns and rush them through AI, you start to see a lot more value coming through. So these were just 3 examples just to inspire everyone here. If you haven't been using all the solutions that I've just mentioned here at Google, please do, because there is value to be had. I'll just summarize it quickly and end it. So really what we are talking about, be deliberate in your inputs to AI. That's the starting point. And if you think of it, this is the farthest upstream that it can go. Before you even get to deploying AI, you're talking about first, let's talk about data that goes into AI, right? So we're talking about that. Be as deliberate and sensitive to the usage of this data, because the better you use it, the more outcomes you will be able to generate for your businesses. Yeah, so of course, we here are the choir, and I don't need to preach you, but prepare for tomorrow today. I think that tomorrow is actually today. It's not even tomorrow. It's already here upon us. We should deploy all these solutions that I just spoke about. There is a QR code right here. Please do scan it. This has a white paper, which we actually recommend all of our customers to use, because this gives us literally a roadmap of how you can deploy the Google solutions to the best of your ability and generate all the outcomes that you're looking for. That's it from me. I am just about 2 minutes within time, so thanks so much for your time.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Okay, thanks, Swapnil. Those were some incredible intricacies of aligning measurement strategies with AI-powered marketing. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our last session. So this one is on, this is our partner, Zoom Media, and it's going to be on the evolving agency model, okay? So all the agencies out there can brace themselves. And please join me in welcoming Rishabh Khattar, business head, The Rabbit Hole. Siddharth Bansali, founder, Noises Tech. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. And our moderator, Prateek Gupta, founding partner, Zoom Media. Let's put our hands together. Okay, one more time. Let's put our hands together for our last session. Thank you. Over to you, Prateek.
Check. Okay. Cool. Thanks for doing this. I think everybody in the last 10 or 12 months has been talking about AI, but right before that, everybody for the last 24 months has been talking about Web3. The real question is that will AI go down the path of Web3, or will it going to make a larger difference in delta in the way that agencies are run? Where there's lots of work that has happened in this space. There are lots of award-winning campaigns, as they call it, quote unquote, that has happened because of AI. But I think that we've already come over the hump of all brands and all agencies being extremely excited about what AI can do. The real question that we're trying to ask and answer as we go along is, how are we going to be able to sustain this, both on the brand side and more importantly on the agency side? And is the structure of the agency that we have seen exist for so long, and then there was a digital agency ecosystem that came along, disrupted the structure a little bit. Will the AI revolution, or as everybody is so supremely excited about it, so excited that Sam from OpenAI had to quit his job and come back in 1 week. But if everybody is on that path and everybody is on that path of building this sort of an ecosystem, what is actually happening in the agency world and how is it actually impacting the brand world? That's what we're here to discuss, and obviously I know these two boys forever, so it's going to be an honest and open conversation. And please, if there are any questions, put your hand up. Happy to answer, happy to engage in conversation. So, Sid, I'm going to start with you because you've been studying this for way longer than all of us knew this existed. And what do you think? What do you think is happening in this space? And how do you think that this intersection of AI and creativity per se is going to come back and affect both the clients and the agency world?
Thanks, Prateek. I think that as marketers, and we saw this with Web3 and blockchain last year, we both have a habit as well as a necessity to figure out how the latest in the landscape can be used for anything to do with clients. Right? We have to continue proving that we can be an innovating partner to clients. We have to continue proving that we know what's going on with the latest in the landscape. And in doing so, we very often rush and build on the first idea we have when it comes to any new technology. Right? So with AI, everyone's jumped on the bandwagon and done, oh, AI done creatives, AI done experiences, AI done whatever. But I think the true test of whether we as marketers will be able to make AI value additive as far as clients is concerned is, are we going to be able to figure out where in their marketing funnel AI sits? Right? It'll be all well and good for us to do 1 or 2 campaigns and get a few awards, but if we really want to make AI a value driver for our P&Ls as agencies, we're going to have to figure out how do we create a solution that is actually part of the marketing funnel, that's going to be part of their media plan year on year. Otherwise, we're not really thinking about this from a business point of view, we're just noise point of view. Now, even when you think about internally, you brought up AI and creativity, and there's one school of thought which is saying that, hey, AI is going to standardize creativity. You know, it's going to make everyone write the same type of copy, create the same type of graphics, the same type of videos. But I think what we're missing is asking how can we actually integrate AI into the everyday operation of anyone inside the agency. Today, let's say Rishabh and me work next to each other, and there's constantly times where he'll come to me and say, hey, is this possible from a tech point of view? And I'll go to him and say, hey, is this possible from a video point of view? I feel like having AI assistants that are knowledgeable about different fields of the marketing spectrum will enable individuals within the agency to really cross-pollinate ideas so much faster.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that you touched upon, which was very, very interesting, is that any new technology that does come to the surface, right? Like last year also was metaverse and stuff. And the thing is, when it comes from an advertising standpoint or probably from a creative field, it always towards the client starts off as a gimmick. And the thing is that, hey, we can do something from a noise building standpoint, saying that, okay, fine, you guys are the first people who are going to sit down and do this. It's
within any agency, if you're on the BD team and you want to use Chat GPT to come up with a pitch or come up with a email, everyone is going to start with the same thing. Hey, this is my agency. Here's what we do. Here are my 20 clients. Here are my talking points. Now, based on all of this information, answer my questions, right? I feel like that repetitive work is going to become platformed, right? Where agencies will very soon have tools where this context will be preset for their teams, where the agent will be prompted, right? So you will very soon have a business development bot that is available to your BD team that knows everything about your agency and that knows how your agency speaks. And you're going to be able to now go straight to getting value because it already has that information, right? Similarly, you will probably have bots that represent the body of work you have done for your clients, where every line of copy that has ever been approved, every creator that has ever been published is available within the context of that bot. So when somebody new from your team is coming in here, they're able to go straight in and get the value out. So I think prompt engineering will become platformed. I don't think that everybody has to become a great prompt engineer. I think you will need to have certain teams who will be able to think about, hey, what is, I think somebody in the earlier panels, they said it really comes down to controlling the, putting the input in there so you get great output out there. If we leave putting the input in there to everyone, it's going to become very slow to adopt, right? Because everyone has to do the same stuff. But if you find a way to provide that to your teams, hey, here is an AI that already knows everything it needs to know, so you can just ask it questions and get your work done. I think that's going to change the game.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing. Like, it's just a nicer way, or probably like a layman way to think about it. Also, is that since you brought up like Chat GPT and everyone's talking about it, the reason why everyone's talking about Chat GPT and Journey is because it's the most it's the gateway. It's also one of those things which is supremely accessible. You are being able to program in English language now. That is what essentially it is, right? Whatever you are doing, whatever task. See, Chat GPT also has its limitations in the things that it's basically dishing out to you and everything, versus things like Auto GPT, which are out there, which is really like it's actually giving you tasks and it's doing subtasks for you by you spitting out whatever command that you're giving it, right? So the thing is that for us, it is going to be all about access. And while we're going to have prompt engineers and stuff, I feel like right now itself, we need to start training ourselves into like how we want this to like move forward, because it's only going to get a lot more complex is what I feel. Chat GPT is like the babyest version of AI in my opinion at this point in time.
Sam wouldn't agree, but but I say Sam like he's my
I
friend.
mean, it's 3 4, we're going to go to like 50 60 at least at some point, right?
The iPhone analogy, right? Just keeps getting bigger with more cameras. But Sid, right? Like, I mean, obviously, we spent a lot of time trying to work on Brainstormer, which is one of the platforms that you guys have built at Noesis. And Brainstormer had a reason to exist, right? Like, you had taken exactly what Rishabh is saying that there is a chat GPT that is taking in a lot of information and regurgitating not solutions, but like a structured format in which with which that information can be presented, or in which that information can be used. But one of the key places, which is what defined the moat of what you've done with Brainstormer, is that it's not retaining information or responding to information in a fashion and format that you would like it to. And it alludes back to what you were saying in terms of it being pre-fed, it being pre-told, it being learned, and therefore making the information flow inside, well, an agency ecosystem in one case, but for any sort of a business use case, a lot easier. Why don't you talk about a couple of use cases of what you've been able to achieve with Brainstorm, and how it will probably be useful in the agency ecosystem, as well as a client example, if you may.
No, thanks for that, Prateek. So our Brainstormer platform is effectively a captive ecosystem of GPTs that are pre-trained on data that belongs to an organization, intended for use by the people within the agency itself. So exactly the example I was talking about earlier, that today if somebody has to use Chat GPT, and let's just keep the privacy concerns aside with Chat GPT, but even if you had to release and say, hey, I'm going to pay $20 per user within my organization and give them access to Chat GPT, you would probably see the adoption curve go like this and then crash. And the reason you'd see that crash is because for most of them, They will not even know how to use ChatGPT as part of their process, as part of their way of working, right? Now, when you create this as a tool that you can give to agencies, you're not only enabling one, yes, very cool and sexy, we're an AI-enabled agency, you get that badge, amazing. But more than that, you're addressing a lot of problems that are genuine business problems of today. Uh, we are in an industry with probably the highest attrition out there, but we are also in an industry that requires the highest continuity as well. Today, if you're working with a brand for 2, 3 years, every campaign you do has to be on brand. But the people who are working in that team are constantly changing. So how do you ensure that new people coming in are going to be able to pick up the ball in the same way that the previous people left? This is not a problem in the AI age. This is a problem for the ages that could potentially be solved by AI. So one of the things we've been experimenting with Brainstormer is literally creating GPTs that become the oracle of all the work you've done for a particular brand. So when somebody new comes into your team, they can have access to all the work they've ever done, every idea we've ever pitched, right? Everything that got approved, that got disapproved, so that the person who has now joined doesn't have to carry on for 3 months figuring out, hey, what is on brand or not on brand for this client. They have directly an AI assistant that's so personalized, that knows so much about the work that they've done, that they're able to start churning out ideas likely to get approved within a month of joining the organization, as opposed to 3 months of trial and error, right? That's one example, right? We spoke about enhancing the sales process, where somebody new joins your BD team. Oh, hey, have we done work for the automotive industry before? Now you'd have to wait for an answer, and can someone send me a case study on a WhatsApp group, versus you now have a bot that has all this information available to you, right? So I think a lot of the challenges that agencies have faced for all time, right, of continuity, of standardization, of making data available, about making information available, are going to be addressed by AI. And these are not the kinds of things we think about first when we think about AI. We think about, oh, creativity stuff. What can we sell to the client? But I think that it's going to impact our bottom lines in a much more healthier way than it will our top lines, at least right now.
And taking from there, Rishabh, like I think one of the key things that everybody is asking this question, right? Saying, is AI going to replace jobs? Yeah, I know we've had a long chat about this, but is AI going to replace jobs? If AI is going to replace jobs, then what kind of jobs is it going to replace? How are we going to see this entire transition into this AI age actually happen? I mean, I know the short answer to the question is it's not, but like, how do we debunk that myth that it's going to expect better, it's going to ask for more? And for me, I think I was discussing with Amit right now, at the back, and we were having this conversation, and said, what will AI replace? And I said, listen, the junior executives in the agency, right? It replaces the junior executives in the agency. But if it replaces the junior executives in the agency, how will they become senior, right? So there is a, there is a key problem of talent. There's a key problem of talent density. If you're going to take away the bottom rung, then what becomes the bottom rung? So what's your point of view on AI having that effect, especially in our line of work?
So, I mean, the way that I see it is that AI actually is going to force humans to evolve themselves, right? I think that the thing is that all of the things that we've been doing, whether it's going to be menial tasks or it's not going to be menial tasks, or it's going to be like in our line of business, if it's going to be editors, animators, designers, all of those things, we've not seen that right now, but at this point in time, it's helping those people actually evolve themselves in the thinking of what they want to do next as well, which I believe in their brain they become senior in a certain sense. Okay. So I'm just coming from a fact that these tasks are going to become easier. And I just feel like what Sid said is very, very important, is that they will start learning how to prompt themselves. I'll give you an example. There was an entire wave. I'm not going to take that studio's name as well, but there was an entire rank of people that were taken away from a color grading department. Why was that done? Because inside Adobe Premiere itself, now you can use an image from probably Wes Anderson's movie. You can put that in there and it automatically just copies the color grade. What happens to that person over there who's learned color grading all his life? Probably, right? The thing is that certain people will have to go into a certain manner where they do think differently or they probably try different stuff. And the thing is that technology is evolving outside the AI space as well. So the thing is that they'll be forced to like train themselves in multiple different things rather than just like one small thing at the end of the day. And I feel like even from a creativity standpoint, the creativity is going to come into how creatively can you get your answer fast enough on chat gpt or prompting or just basically evolving yourself in that sort of manner to be of value to the agency now. So I'm not going to come back and say to you that hey, people are not going to lose their jobs. It will just have them evolve themselves into something different in that industry itself. So I wouldn't say that it's going to take away jobs. We don't want that to happen. And I do feel the regulations at the end of the day are going to like try and figure out how we can curb this in some sort of manner.
I read an interesting article before you give your comment on that, Sid, because you're much closer to the technology. I read an interesting article which continues to talk about how we first had the industrial revolution, then we had the digital revolution, and now, well, everybody is thinking that we're going to have an AI revolution, which I kind of agree. In all of these three instances, everybody spoke about how humanity is going to go out of jobs, right? Like how, oh my god, like what we've always seen our jobs to be, what are they going to actually be? But in every sort of an evolution curve, uh, survival of the fittest is probably one of the truest principles that exist. And all workforces evolve to do more and evolve to do better. And in my opinion, that's where this AI ecosystem is going to go, right? Like my biggest fear, like like the fear that you and I once spoke about when you had a kid, is that can you imagine this child is going to be born with a social media account in his hand? The generation that's going to be born today is going to be born with assistants that are aiding them in whatever they would like to do whenever they would like to do. What that generation is able to achieve as time progresses is for all of us to see in terms of what it's going to do. But the evolution of the advertising agency, the evolution of the client expectation is going to become a lot more consistent, a lot more sharper, and the ideas to break away from the norm will take a lot more effort than they are taking today, because now the same information is available to everybody. So that only means that we will have to get better, sharper, more consistent, uh, to continue to remain relevant. And that's the only way that, even though our team sizes may shrink, the ability for a client to expect more output, which you always do, is to expect more output in as consistent manner as possible. That's my point of view on it. But Sid, since you know how robots are going to take over, please.
So this is something I think very deeply about, maybe more than I should, but I definitely think there's a huge displacement potential with this technology. I don't think it's a matter of replacement. AI will never have children, right? For that, at least as far as I know. But there will be jobs that will be displaced. And it's interesting you bring up the theory of survival of the fittest. And let's say if Charles Darwin was alive right now and he was to do a study on what does evolution in the workplace look like, right? What would those genetic traits be that will survive the rise of AI? And the way I think about it, I think if you are doing anything where there is limited creative value, you are at risk of being displaced, right? Now, that doesn't just mean the onus of figuring out how to do a job that is giving create value is only on the employer. It's also on agency owners, it's on entrepreneurs to design organizations that are creating roles that allow for more creative value addition than simply quantitative value addition. So great point on the color grading thing, right? There was a time where color grading added a lot of creative value because you wanted to make sure that the experience was standardized when you were watching a movie. But what does creative value for those people look like now?
Yeah, exactly. That's the evolution I'm basically talking about. Yeah.
Right? And I think that's fundamentally the question for organizations to answer. What are the potential spaces I am creating for the people who I think are most at risk in terms of being displaced, and giving them a path to say, hey, okay, you were doing this job that now can be done 10 times faster, 100 times better by AI, right? But you still have the potential of doing a lot more. how do I tap into that potential? How do I, as an agency owner, how do I, as a team leader, how do I, as a manager, create the space for you to use these amazing tools to continue adding value to my business? And coming to, client expectations, I mean, a lot of people here might agree that the best campaigns out there were the ones where the agency inspired the idea and the client, not the client came and say, hey, I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, right? Now, if we have been able to allow people to articulate vision a lot better because of AI, I think agencies will get a lot better at inspiring better ideas within the client, right? And they will not just be ideas that are a two-liner on a slide. They will be ideas that have now been fully thought out because AI did it. Solution architecture, go-to-market strategy, potential media plan, potential reach, all of it, right? So I think that's the future.
Thanks. I think that screen's gone red, but more importantly, I think what we're saying, right, is that will AI come in and disrupt the advertising ecosystem? Yes. It will make us faster, better, efficient, consistent, like it will to any other part and any other thing that it touches, right? Whether it's a business function, whether it's ROI, whether it's optimizing media plans, whether it is doing all of the work which can be done in a repetitive manner. That's what AI will do. AI will do initially, but as advertisers, and that's the last question that I have for you. Maybe one line on each. We are the fastest people to adopt these terminologies. I got a message on LinkedIn of one AI enabled agency already, right? I'm not a believer yet because I don't think that it's evolved that fast. But since that's the question that we've come here to answer. How soon do you think AI will impact, let's say, 25% of the agency ecosystem or 50% of the agency ecosystem? How soon do you think that time is going to come? Because people think it has already come. I'm a non-believer. I think it'll still take a bit. But how soon do you think it's going to happen?
I think a 24 to 36-month timeline is super realistic. It's already well on its way there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not there right now, but like I'd go with his timeline as well. It's just about the adoption at this point in time. Everyone's still trying to figure out whether they want it or they don't want it inside agencies and what impact it has on their lives. And we spoke about jobs and all of that stuff. If you're talking about agencies itself, right? So there's always going to be 50% resistance and 50% is like gung ho about it because they are thinking that, hey, it's going to make us efficient. This is going to make us driven. We're going to have better data to make better campaigns or whatever the scenario is, right? The other side is saying that, okay, fine, bro, can this do what I'm going to do? And every single day there's a new AI tool that's coming out which is answering that question, and it's just about awareness as well. So I feel once we get over the hump of adoption, then it's going to be wildfire.
So we have 36 months to survive. After that, we'll see what happens. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Yes,
guys.
thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Can I please request you guys to stay back for a photo? Thank you. I'm sure that really helped our agency ecosystem understand how to leverage AI better. And with that, as we know, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap. I'm so grateful for all of you to be here. And I'm sure it was an exhilarating ride because there were so many launches back to back. And I hope you got the chance to get your hands on all of the resources that we've released today because trust me, it will really help you make your business decisions better. And I think just a round of applause, yeah, for all our speakers, our panelists, and all of our partners, co-powering partners, Google and WebEngage, who have helped us, not just supported us throughout the journey, but given us really good content nuggets as well. And yeah, I'd really like to thank my media partners at Gully and Media News for You, marketing partner Zoom Media, support partners Walk and Punctuate, event partner Tantra, and community partner Social Samosa. Do not forget to follow us on our social media handles to stay updated with all of the trends in the marketing industry. Share your pictures and videos with us. We can't wait to see them. Use our hashtag so we can reshare it. And yeah, lastly, please scan the QR code to also give us your feedback. It just gets bigger and better with every event, and we just want to hear from you on what we can do better. So that's a wrap, and I'll see you at the drinks at the bar for some networking and hopefully shake hands. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the evening.
Gratitude also. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you. Big round of applause for Tanya, guys. Thank you, and please enjoy your drinks and do stay back.